Okay, hello and welcome everyone to New Moon Cycle 8, Blood Moon Cycle 1. So, before we start, I'm going to briefly explain the tournament and how it's going to work out. So, this tournament is called New Moon, which is a weekly round robin tournament. So, what this means that people have throughout the week to play their matches, so it's not limited at one specific time. And this was using open setups, which means that we had after the tournament started, everyone's build was made public, so everyone else would be able to take a look at that before the match, which is why we're going to explain the setups before the match starts. And for this week, we're doing an iteration of New Moon called Blood Moon. What this is the first competitive week for New Moon. New Moon has been running for quite a few weeks now, and this is the first one that we're doing competitively. So what we're doing is that throughout the first week, it's going to be a round robin tournament that is going to affect the seeding into week two, and then during week two, we're going to have everyone from week one join as Swiss round double elimination for week two. So the matches we see here are going to affect the seeding for week two, and then at the end of week two, we're going to have another stream which will be for basically the finals for the tournament. Okay, so joining me on commentary today is going to be Neryth.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm excited to cast some excellent matches.
Alright, well, let's head right into the first match then, which is going to be playerzero vs luckytyphlosion.
So I think the Navicusts here for playerzero and Lucky are very interesting because you see the playerzero actually has 1800 HP, but still has Cust 3, super armor, all the good stuff, basically, other than beat.
Yeah.
So it's a very well optimized Navicust, and it lends itself really well to folders that are really heavy on the chip damage, that have a lot of combos and are going to be putting out a ton of damage, mostly through the chips, because it is missing any attack bonuses for the Buster, and that will cut down any of the complementary damage from the Buster charge shots.
Yeah, so one thing to think about is that these folders, although one is B code and the other is M code, they have basically a similar approach to how they want to deal with the opponent. Is basically deal as much damage as you can, as quickly as you can. Both of them have a lot of splash damage, but Lucky Typhlosion has, as you mentioned, the attack for Buster. So Lucky and the extra area grab. So Lucky's going to be leaning more toward trying to also use in few charge shots to apply a bit more pressure through that.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that Lucky has 5 area grabs, while playerzero only has 3. But playerzero does have the grab banish, so playerzero has an option to manage his area a bit. We'll probably have to play the area grabs and the grab banish reactively in order to maintain his area against Lucky.
Yeah, and both players are running B banish combo, and they both have a reg and tag. So to briefly explain, B banish is when the combo starts with using double point to make you at -1 or -2 area, and then in Tomahawk or even in normal Mega Man, you have that damage applied to Risky Honey. And for playerzero, it's Risky Honey 1, while for Lucky, it's Risky Honey 3. And then you fire at the opponent and wait for them to line up, and then use grab banish. So what grab banish does is that it pushes the opponent to the back and returns your area to you. So if so you want to use that when the bees are behind the opponent. so they would slide back into it and you'll get confirmed hits.
Yeah, the B banish is a classic combo. It's been used by quite a few people over the years. Lucky is using what I would call a classic Bowser Navicust. I haven't seen the 1800 HP one as much. I think I usually see it used, or I see HP values like that used for Bowsers that are playing BDT usually.
Yeah, so this this variant is it's basically similar to 1900 with First Barrier that Bug the Thunder would usually run, but I changed it slightly, added Rush and Charge Max to make it a bit more focused on utility compared to just having it for optimal dust digging.
Alright, well, I'm excited to see this set, and I think we should just jump right into it.
Alright, here we go. Okay, so we're starting with the Guardian's Field. So this is an interesting start. Both players are running 3 machine guns, and I think both are 3 machine gun 3. Yeah. So and neither of them have first barrier, which means going into dust turn 1 can be very risky, risking the early decross for machine guns.
Oh, it's interesting that you didn't go into dust because without removing the Guardians, this machine gun play is actually quite risky for yourself as well, because the machine gun can be guided to the back row where it will hit the Guardian.
Yeah, so this is also interesting because the field is starting with grass, and B code gets a lot, especially the variant that I was running with 2 fire hits, Blastman, benefits a lot from the grass field. So we'll see if that ends up coming into play for turn 1.
Yeah, so playerzero does have Blastman SP to capitalize on the grass, but it's also important to note that Lucky has Element Man SP himself, so he can also do a double damage with fire. Ooh, Lucky loses Dust Cross right off the bat, kind of just as predicted. Does manage to suck up the Guardians, but never gets to shoot them out.
So here players are using Anger to try to get the 2x for the Protoman SP, but Lucky is running Beat, so using Protoman SP like that would be throwing it away for no reason.
Yeah, so it looks like playerzero was waiting for a chance to time freeze counter, but it didn't come up, and the turn came to an end. So it looks like playerzero is going to hold on to that Proto Man, because that is a lot of damage, and the opportunity immediately presents itself.
Ooh. And then Anger again coming from the boosted Emboomer, which is used on the anti-damage.
A ton of damage coming out from Lucky here. A lot of it extremely difficult to avoid. The machine gun 3 is Pierce Traps, so the only way you could get around that is by using a barrier or invis.
Yeah, Lucky started with 400 less HP, and both players are basically the same HP with 50 difference, so there was a lot of damage coming out. Okay, and Fire Hits is going to be the first chip for playerzero, so if that does connect on grass, that will be 3x damage, which will bring Lucky to 1 HP.
Oh!
Ooh, the double point coming out from Lucky. If he lands that, Bees could still be game. Ooh, Invis was still going out, and Buster Shot finishing off the game.
Yeah, he was trying to wait out that invis there, because when you double point, it's just so much value on the next chip, but invis just lasts too long.
Yeah, and so what we saw there at the start was Tomahawk has a pretty long swing and isn't able to move during it. So the timing for fire hit to land during that allowed for basically a confirmed decross since Lucky didn't have any defense to protect Tomahawk. Both sides going into Tomahawk Cross, and then the first machine gun ends up missing and double point coming out. So you know B's going to be. Ooh.
The bees connect, and so is this grab banish. Lucky gets his area back. It actually it's positive in area now.
And the fire hits misses as well. So that was a pretty bad turn for player 0, taking a lot, almost 1000 damage in just one turn.
Yeah, it's not a good sign when you started with 400 more HP than your opponent, but you have almost 300 less. And Lucky's folder, it does very well with an area advantage, which is why he runs 5 area grabs.
Yeah.
There's a much higher chance of the boomers connecting.
And he also has the Meteor Knuckles Giga, which benefits a lot from having extra area. Ooh.
That was good on player 0 to wait for that charge shot to start, and then connecting with the fire hit for the decross.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And player 0 also had the answer to that life aura at the end of the turn, that with that wind rack.
Yeah, if Lucky ended up having the life orb before preparing the charge shot, then the fire hit would have been thrown away. Wouldn't have done anything, so that was pretty unfortunate from luckytyphlosion. Was trying to protect against something like Blastman or an Element Man, but that ended up hurting him with the fire hit connecting.
It's still a pretty rough spot for player 0 in terms of area. It would be dangerous if something like Meteor Knuckles came out. Still potentially could die on this turn, basically. We also haven't seen Element Man SP.
Oh yeah, so we haven't seen Element Man SP, we haven't seen Spout either, so there is still a lot of potential damage that could come out from Lucky.
So the first invis is burned on Rush, but the second invis gets used here to block the Spoutman SP.
Judgman ends up connecting, which will return the area back, and looks like Lucky was mid-movement, so he stepped back. Ooh. Bubble getting 2 hits before it leaves the field. And now B-Banish can be used for player 0. See if he ends up going for that. Neovirus. So there are a lot of options. Proto Man, Element Man. A lot of them could be good. Okay, looks like B-Banish it will be.
If the B-Banish connects, then this would be the end.
Yeah, B-Banish can do a lot of damage, especially if you get another beehive. So the way bees work is that every time, while the beehive's up, every time you hit by anything other than fire chips, then it brings out another bee attack until I think 5 is the maximum. So getting hit while the beehive's up can double the damage effectively, which with Tomahawk 2x charge and double point is a lot of damage for one chip basically.
So we'll see here whether or not Lucky has a defensive option.
Ooh, Lucky going into B south. Yeah, so one thing about this combo is that defense can anti-damage or
Ooh, the Muramasa quickly evens the match out.
okay. B is getting charged. Let's see if it connects, and
Oh, it does.
yeah, it looks like that will finish off the game. That was a pretty quick game actually.
You know, I was thinking at the end there, wouldn't it have been hype if Lucky actually dodged the bees with the Dust Beast charge,
Ooh,
chip
yeah,
charge? So it grants invulnerability for quite a while it's firing the what's firing off. So that would have actually dodged both the banish and the bees.
yeah, that is true. So dust, while the chip charge doesn't do that much damage, it can be really good for utility. It allows you to avoid the opponent's attack by basically going off the field, so nothing can hit you, and it's very good at breaking panels, so denying sanctuary or locking the opponent in.
Well played to both playerzero and Lucky.
Yeah, well played. Looks like I won this battle, but I would say the real champion is Lucky because if if some people don't know, during yesterday he won the Team BN BM5 speedrun race. So well done to Lucky as well. He joined the tournament even though he had a race to prepare for.
Yeah, congratulations to Lucky on winning. I was watching some of that as well.
All right, well let's head right into the
Lucky
next
was
match. Yeah,
Lucky was getting some pretty bad RNG early on in the race, I believe.
yeah, he was stuck for quite a while on some sections in the race, but ended up at the very end bringing the game back and taking the win.
All right, I believe our next set is Symes versus Neryth.
Okay, so if we look at Symes folder, so this is so Symes is playing one of the folders that you actually would expect to see in tournaments, which is the double Giga Bug the Thunder Hub Batch build.
This is a pretty nasty setup. The Hub Batch and the Bug Death Thunder. So the Hub Batch grants Falzar quite a lot of utility options. Um, for starters, it puts your cust at cust 3. So even if you started with cust 1, like this folder has, you will still have the benefit of cust 3. So you'll be able to choose from 8 chips every turn. It also grants you shield, and what that does is it lets you play against other BDTs, and you will just be able to block their Bug Death Thunders with your own shield. And what that does is it also creates a situation where they need to use their uninstall to knock off your super armor, but if they use it too early, then you're still just going to be able to block most of their BDTs using your own shield.
Yeah, so one thing that Sam's folder is really good at is having basically a way to win. So the folder has a lot of well, it might seem a bit unusual to have Bug the Thunder and Habbatch because Habbatch gives you attack 5 and charge 5, while Bug the Thunder isn't really affected by that. Having both of them in one folder gives you basically outs to when Bug the Thunder gets blocked. Bug the Thunder needs a lot of setup to have it be effective, and having the extra Giga in Hub Badge gives you the opportunity in setup, and if you fail the setup, then it gives you another out that you can beat your opponent with it. Okay, now looking at Neryth's folder, so Neryth is running a pretty interesting folder, which is V code with the SPT navies, which is a bit unusual actually.
Well, the T navies are really good at countering other Gregars, of which I believe there are only four other Gregars in this at this week, this cycle. But the Tomahawk Man SP does wood, so that knocks out Elec. Elec is a very dangerous cross to go against in Gregar because of the frequency of the charge shots and how easy it is to step into the charge shots because of the way they linger on the field for a little bit. at the same time, there isn't much lockout, so it's a bit more flexible than something like Erase Cross Charge Shot, which stays on the field much longer and it can do multi-hits, but it also immobilizes the user for quite some time. The Tomahawk Man SP also doubles as a sword against Tengu, so it can do 560 damage to Tengu Cross and decross Tengu. And at the same time, it does enough damage. It does more than 200, so it will also knock off Life Aura. A lot of this folder is just based on, even though I only have one Wind Rack, there are multiple answers to Life Aura.
Yeah.
There's the T Navi chips deal with Life Aura effectively, and then the Elect Cross boosted Elect Dragons will also destroy Life Aura in a single hit.
Yeah, you also have the attack plus 30 and double point, and you have multiple options you can have that with. So you have the Super Vulcan, you have the Colonel Force, that can do a lot of damage. Just having these alone can very easily swing the match if you're down on HP or in a very rough situation as well.
Oh yeah, and yeah, one thing that's worth noting is that attack plus 30 and double point, when you use those together on the same chip, that is plus 90. You get another plus 30 from Beast.
Yeah.
But if you are, say, using Beast Over, which doubles the damage of your null chips, Super Vulcan actually gets boosted to the point that it will also destroy Life Aura and then keep going.
Yeah. And you have the white capsule on it as well, so because I don't think you have uninstall, so you can use that to try to confirm the Super Vulcan, or try to set up maybe for things like more massive that's close enough to finishing the game as well.
I think there's one major glaring weakness to my setup, which is that it does not have air shoes, so it's very vulnerable to Geddon. Geddon can basically immobilize me and allow my opponent to just wail on me for an entire turn. And at 1500 HP, that's low enough that one turn could be more than half my HP.
Yeah, and so if we briefly speak about the matchup, so Symes is running Bug Death Thunder, so he's running a bug build, so his game plan is, as soon as he starts, he would want to go for full cast, which is why he has it rigged, and then go through his folder as quickly as possible, try to find Hub Batch, Bug Death Thunder, the bug fix, trying to find his main win conditions. While looking at Neryth's side, so Neryth is playing Gregor, so he would want to deny that from the opponent. So he has multiple options to do that. He can try to get with Erase Man, he can go into Erase Cross, then Erase Beast, which is very good at confirming a D-Cross against Dust.
Yeah, Erase Beast is always a great option versus Dust, because that chip charge, it just does so much damage on that initial hit, and it pierces off the defenses. It breaks Life Aura, will destroy a barrier 200 in a single hit as well, of course. And it does have tracking, so it's very hard to avoid. It's also not exactly, you can't call it 100% reliable, because it can be dodged, but it's just very difficult to step in time with it, to predict when it gets released and then dodge it. Unfortunately, Dust is kind of, so it's going to be mandatory for Symes to go into Dust to dig out all these chips, but Erase Beast does take 2 turns to go into. You can't just jump straight into Erase Beast and start using it. You will have to go into either Beast or Beast out, or Erase Cross on the first turn. But that actually kind of works out with full casts coming into play. If Symes immediately uses a full cast, that basically just lets his Gregor opponent go into Erase on the first turn and instantly go into Beast, basically, to go into Erase Beast. So that is kind of countering, it's helping his opponent counter him, basically. So there's the potential for that to happen. But at the same time, you can see that my setup here, the main source of damage is going to be both Buster, Buster Charge Shots and the bubble combos. So it's actually kind of difficult because there aren't a lot of chips that I want to charge for the beast charging, the beast chip charging. Probably just like the area grabs and possibly the anti-damage could be charged, and most of the damage is actually just going to have to come from the bubble combos probably, especially with the 1900 HP.
Yeah, so your folder has very quick burst damage, so what you can do is, since Bug the Thunder takes so long to set up and have all the pieces that you want, then you can try to get in as much damage as possible in the early game with the Bubble Star, doing double damage with Elect Cross and Elect Chips, and then going in for your quick Colonel Force and Super Vulcan finish. Um, but yeah, so it's going to be an interesting match to see how the defense and the offensive dynamics end up going. Alright, let's head right into the match. Okay, so we're watching it from Symes' point of view, so we can see the custom 6 start, and he already has bug fix. So bug fix is an interesting case in this build, because Symes actually doesn't have custom bug, so he doesn't necessarily want to use bug fix as soon as possible, because bug fix, his bug build gives him warp step and the ability to increase the range damage with static, and static can be very good in decrossing the opponent's race beast, as we mentioned before. So that can still be a strategy in delaying bug fix, and then
Yeah, so the warp glitch, it can be used defensively to great effect, but it looks like Symes is going to use the bug fix on the first turn here.
yeah. Starting with Invis to remove Rush. Both players are playing Rush, but since Neryth doesn't have any Invis in his folder, that isn't going to really affect him. And it looks like Neryth starting with the turn 1 Sanctuary, so Symes can use that to try to break, can use Dust to try to break the panels and reduce the effectiveness of that. Okay, it looks like Symes lost all of his defense for the turn, but he still has the bug fix into full cast. So if Neryth decides to go into Beast Out now, then Symes can just mash out his chips and waste one of the Beast turns from Neryth. So this matchup is very interesting because of how the mind games that goes into it. So in this position, Neryth knows that Symes has full cast strength, so he decided against going into Beast Out. So he doesn't waste a turn. Instead, he went into Elect Cross. Okay, so Sam's going with the full cost anyway, and looks like he has both the Bug Death Thunder and Habbatch already. So we'll see if he decides to go into either of them. If he takes Bug the Thunder first, then he will be locked in. So he is going into Tomahawk Cross to deny things like Bubble from interrupting his charge time. Ooh, nice dodge. The Elect Dragon does connect, dealing 200 damage and cracking panels though. Nice. The anti-navi from Neryth will trigger on Judgment, which appears the invis, but Symes was ready for that and had the Element Man afterwards, which both decrossed and removed Sanctuary. Ooh, and 2 hits for Bubble and 2 the Dull Thunder connecting as well. Neryth accidentally moving into Bug the Thunder. So playing against Bug the Thunder, it's a lot about precise movement and trying to manage how the Bug the Thunder AI is going to move. which can be an issue if the game has input delay or some lag into it, which can cause inputs to be entered late or not registering correctly. So that is a big factor that could play into the match. We'll see how Neryth decides to manage around it. Ooh, so it looks like I believe Neryth is the host for this match. So there are multiple things that go into this turn, or what happened there. So Neryth decided to go into charge cross because during the charge cross charge you get invulnerability frames, and you can use that to collide with the Bug the Thunderbolt to remove that from the field. And another thing is that it will enable the Bug the Thunder if it's at the edge of the screen and you're the client, then Bug the Thunder will also be removed from the field. We didn't see that happen because Neryth was the host, so. But we're going to see him now going to collide with the Bug the Thunder and removes it away. So um, unless Symes is able to stop that, then it can be in a rough position. Ooh, getting decrossed and missing the Windrak. So now Neryth has an anti-damage that can help protect him. One way of denying the charge cross is obviously getting a decross with water chips like Bubble or Element Man. Another way is gaining +2 area. So with +2 area, you can basically fire your charge shots point blank, and charge cross wouldn't be able to go behind it. So that will be an easy way to confirm landing them. Although it looks like Symes has the bubble. Let's see if it connects. So bubble is really good with Bug the Thunder because if it connects, it will deal 2x damage with the bubble status, and that will bring Symes to 1 HP into Ground Man SP, finishing off the game. That was very explosive game from Symes, having all of his pieces coming out very early and being able to deny one of the main counters to Charge Cross. We'll see how Neryth adapts his game 2 to try to play around what we saw in game 1.
If I were to be honest, I would say that it's been a very long time since my last match against BDT, and to begin with, I feel like BDT is a matchup that I just hate personally.
Yeah.
It feels like every time I play against it is the first time I'm playing against it, and I just have to relearn the matchup over and over. So I made a lot of I would call them rookie mistakes during that first match.
Yeah.
I lost a lot of defense and a lot of damage, just kind of misplaying and sabotaging myself. So.
Ooh. Ice field, and looks like there was some lag going into the game, and so that also has a lot. Yeah, Bug the Thunder is very specific matchup. A lot of the things that you would need for Bug the Thunder, you basically need just for Bug the Thunder because of how it works. There's nothing else in the game that has the same effect that it does. Ooh, nice. So Neryth starting with slow gauge, Elecross being able to get in a good chunk of damage by connecting his charge shots, even though Symes has the warp step, which makes it a bit more difficult for Neryth to land them.
The warp step actually, what it does is it limits Symes to moving between two different rows, and so I wouldn't say it's actually necessarily more difficult to land charge shots at that point. And when you have a charge shot like Elecross, it becomes a guessing game because of how quickly the charge shot comes out, and also because of the fact that it lingers. Symes can accidentally step into it, as well as
Yeah.
not being able to reliably react to it is a huge problem. So Symes recovers a lot of the damage that he took with that single recovery 300.
Yeah, Symes is playing some J-code chips to go with his hub batch, like Judgment SP, I believe, and the two recoveries.
So because slow gauge got played earlier, it's a good move here for Symes to play all 5 of these chips. So the defense comes out, so protect him from the next charge shot.
Ooh,
But
nice.
Invis will give him a lot of time, actually.
So yeah, Symes now has, because he didn't get Bug the Thunder early, he used one of his other options, which is getting a hub batch and trying to get in damage through that with Tomahawk Cross. But unfortunately that was denied with from the area grab that Neryth took, but now Bug the Thunder will hit the field next turn. Okay, it looks like Sam's also taking the slow gauge. Slow gauge has already been used, so he has the option to chip charge that into Tomahawk and try to get a D-cross on Elecross, which with the attack 5 that he has now, that would do a lot of damage. Though now Neryth cross cancelled into Heat Cross, so let's see if he managed to get a D-cross. Ooh, the Judgment will trigger the anti-damage, which might end up confirming the Bug the Thunder. That was very close, barely avoiding it. Judgment missing from Neryth. Ah, that was unfortunate. If that one drag had connected, that would have interrupted the charge time from Symes, because it applies drag, and drag cancels basically everything that the opponent does. Okay, Symes still hasn't used bug fix, so we could, yeah, so he decided to go with static first into bug fix afterwards, which activates the anti-damage, but we see Neryth going into charge cross, so he's going to be able to use that. Ooh, Sanctuary, nice. So Groundman SP needs to hit the back panels to do the maximum damage, but because Neryth was standing in the way, that stopped it, and Sanctuary half the damage as well. Although, ooh, seeing Symes starting with the Geddon, that will both remove Sanctuary and trap Neryth in place. And because Neryth is playing as the host, he wouldn't be able to use his charge shot to remove Bug the Thunderbolts from the field. So this will be a very rough time for Neryth. Symes trying to get Buster Bug to get D-Cross, but then goes for the bubble anyway because he saw that that was anti-navi instead of anti-damage, because if it was anti-damage, anti-damage gets procced by taking 10 damage or more. So when Symes saw that a Buster proc would have procced the anti-damage already, and it didn't, so he knows it has to be something else, which in this case is anti-navi. So he went for the D-Cross, which did a lot of damage. And now Neryth is down by almost 1000 HP. So it's going to be a very rough position for Neryth to try to come back from.
Yeah, this was a pretty rough set. Symes had to answer to my defensive options pretty much one turn after each one was used. First the Geddon right after Sanctuary, and now he has a Wind Rack to answer the Life Aura. Although the Bug Death Thunders do destroy the Life Aura in a single hit anyways.
Yeah, so one thing that Symes might end up going for is firing Bug the Thunder charge and then pushing Neryth back into it, and so what will that do is both remove the life aura from the wind rack, and then the push effect from it will force Neryth to step into the Baghdad Thunderbolt. So we'll see if Symes ends up going for the double play. Can ground cross charge despawn Baghdad Thunder? It does, yeah, that is something that can happen. If you use it at the back of the field and Baghdad Thunder is there, it does do that. Ooh, nice. So we see this turn Neryth going with Colonel Force, although it wasn't with Beast out. Um, Now Symes triggering the anti-navi away from him on purpose. Ooh, that did connect. I thought that ended up missing. And now very quickly Neryth is bringing back the HP to less than 100 difference. I mean less than 200 difference, a bit more than 100. So this is still a very close game. And Neryth still has the option to go into Super Vulcan, while Symes doesn't have Tomahawk Cross, which gives status guard that denies that. Ooh, going Slash Cross, that can be rough. And the Super Vulcan, and that will finish the game, getting the plus 30 to bring it to just enough HP, finishing off the game. Nice. So one of the reasons why Neryth didn't want to go into Beast Out, because that will heavily signal that that Neryth might have his Muramasa or the Super Vulcan. So by staying in base form, that will basically play on the opponent to make them think that you don't have it when you actually do have it. Ooh, looks like Neryth is going for the early race cross, and with Sluggish, if he has the confirm with the area grab, then that could do a lot of damage, but Symes ends up deciding to use his full custom to get out of the situation completely and go into the next turn. And the second turn, Baghdad Thunder again. This could be very rough on Neryth if he doesn't have any answers to this.
Yeah, this is a rough situation, specifically because I didn't take beat in my Navi cast. Otherwise, Symes would actually be forced to not play his Bug of Thunder so early. But he managed to draw early, and I have Rush instead of beat, so this lets him just use it as early as he wants.
Ooh, Bubble into Dull Thunder, dealing 2x damage. That was a lot of damage, as well as interrupting the charge from Symes. The anti-damage goes off, but now Neryth has another trap. Let's see if it ends up being anti-damage again. It wasn't. This time it's anti-navi. Symes triggering Rush at the end of turn, but wasn't close enough, so he ends up eating another charge shot before the turn ends. Oh, looks like he ended up going for the life aura this turn. Yeah, so he's going for more defensive turn because all of his damage option is in his charge shot, which is Baghdad Thunder. Let's see if Neryth has any answer to the life aura. If he doesn't, this could be a very rough turn for him. Yeah, it looks like Neryth probably doesn't. So one of the ways of confirming Baghdad Thunder hits is that you use more area grabs, because that will give the opponent less area to try to step around it. So Neryth is using his own area grabs to try to counter that. But now we already see that Symes had that Geddon, which is going to remove both the Sanctuary and traps Neryth again for a full slow cast turn again. Yeah, so Neryth does have the life orb, but that's going to be removed straight away by the Bug Death Thunder, and now he's in a good position to be hit by the Beast Charge from Tomahawk, which is going to decross and deal a lot of damage. And to then Muramasa. And Neryth unfortunately isn't able to do anything. Ooh, that step back causing him to take 200 damage. And he lost his anger as well, because anger expires after some time. So that was long enough for his anger to go away. That was very rough time for Neryth, taking a lot of damage. Let's see if Neryth is able to get in his Colonel Force, or I don't think so, because Symes is in Tomahawk Cross, then he wouldn't be affected by the Whitecaps or the paralysis. So unless a decross comes from Neryth, then that's going to be rough. It looks like Colonel Force is coming out. Let's see how much damage it does. If that's quite enough. Wasn't quite enough, and now Symes has the Eraseman, so he just needs to line that up, and that will confirm the Bug Death Thunder, and that should be enough for the game.
Yeah, it was rough. I calculated the kernel force beforehand and realized it wasn't going to be enough, even with that beast charge. But I didn't have any better options in my hand at the time, so
Yeah,
I
and
believe I had the Super Vulcan as well. But with Symes being in Tomahawk, there was no way to confirm it.
I believe with the plus area that you had, Colonel Force is more damage anyway, so that was the better play to go for. Um, but unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough to give you the game.
Yeah, well played to Symes. It was a fun set to play at least, and it's always well. I say I hate playing BDT, playing against BDT, but it is nice to play against it once in a while and remember that to not step into all of the Bug Death Thunders and just eat 200 damage over and over.
Yeah, it's actually a lot more difficult than it looks to try to avoid that. So it's quite difficult to play against Bug the Thunder. But yeah, well played to both sides, and going to head into the next match, which is luckytyphlosion vs Versel. Okay, so we've already seen Lucky play. We already know the general game plan that he goes for: high damage very quickly, a lot of splash damage that he can go for. Well, if we look at Versel's folder, so again we see the Bug Death Thunder Batch combo and a similar Navi custom, but this time Versel's running Bug Stop, which Symes didn't have.
So Versel's setup is actually a duo code. It's J and K. As there's quite a lot of chips from both of them. So there's the Dest Pulse, Justice 1, the Recovery 300, and the Judgment SP along the hub batch in the J code. But there's actually a decent number of chips coming out of K as well. The Sensor 3, Golem Hit, Alex Sword, and Train Arrow. So both of the SP Navi chips are being taken here, Judgment SP and Eraseman SP. And those two Navi chips in particular are quite nasty because they pierce invis, and Eraseman SP will also destroy traps.
Yeah.
So the damage from the SP versions is also not a joke.
Yeah, and they both work very well to confirm Bug Death Thunder, because the opponent would often be the movement pattern would be forced, so you can easily predict where they might move, and then you can use that to confirm the Eraseman or Judgment, which helps confirm your Bug Death Thunder, your other chips like Destroy Pulse, or some of the other things that we see Versel's running.
So what's interesting to note here is that he doesn't have a slow gauge, so this will be with neither opponent running a gauge. This will just be a normal gauge matchup. And what this does is it gives him less time to charge BDT and to throw multiple BDTs onto the field. It gives Lucky more time to throw up defense between each BDT or to interrupt BDT charges effectively. Since you will need chips, especially without uninstall, as Lucky's playing M code and there is no uninstall there.
Yeah. Yeah, so Versel's running a slightly unusual take on the bug that usually you'd see. Uninstall is very common. Geddon is very common in that I don't think, yeah, so Versel is not running any Aqua chip either, other than the Elementsman Ice. So it will be very interesting to see how Versel ends up doing with this variant of the build. Alright, let's head right into the match then. Okay, so we see they started on the permaholes field. Do you want to explain how this works?
So permaholes are not affected by area grab, and what that means is that neither player will be able to grab past that those permaholes using area grab alone. You would need panel grab to grab additional area.
Yeah.
There can still be, so this is a configuration, a field configuration that tends to gimp certain chips, like kernel force. What it does is it creates a safe row where you're always going to take less damage from kernel force, along with various other effects. It stops area locking.
Yeah.
And what's interesting here is that Versel does have the panel grabs. So the Spatman SP I believe that was Spatman SP? Yeah, Spatman SP comes out and does a decent chunk of damage immediately.
Yeah, one of the hits goes into the first barrier, but then the other two connect, which deal 240 damage, I believe.
So the odd area, the odd field configuration with the permaholes, what it also does is it makes double point less effective as well. You can only pull from, at least with the neutral area, you can only pull from 2 of the panels instead of 3, so you get plus 40 instead of plus 60 damage onto your next chip. So this will affect the amount of damage that the B-Banish combo will do.
Yeah. And it also affects, and it's basically permaholes is affecting anything that requires area, and one of these things is the meteor knuckles. So an interesting thing that Lucky is going for is starting with meteor knuckles, and the reason for that is that meteor knuckles cracks panels as well, so he will want to use that effect from it to basically remove the holy panels from Versel. Okay, in a corner. Ooh, that was quite a number of hits. And yeah, so now the holy panels that are remaining are basically perfect to be removed by Emboomer. Oh, though interesting. Looks like Lucky decided to throw that away to the back of his folder. He still has his option in Dust Cross to use Charge Shot or Beast Charge to try to remove, to break some of these panels. So it looks like it is what he's going for. Ooh, just this one. Just this one only does the maximum 220 damage if it hits the middle panel of the starting 3x3. So unfortunately, that didn't remove the holy panel, the life aura from Lucky.
So it looks like Lucky is thinking about going to Beast already, probably to get out of this single panel that he's trapped himself on.
Yeah. Another option is that he could go into Tengu, but then that will not only make him more susceptible to sword chips, but also
I think Lucky probably wants to continue to use the trash chute, so going into Dust Beast will allow him to enjoy air shoes, the benefit of air shoes, while still having trash chute available to him, or the dust chute.
Nice, so using Tenguman to remove both the anti-damage and the life orb, but ends up getting decrossed, and now the Raceman SP connects, or at least will connect if Versel times out, doing double damage, so that was a lot of damage as well as getting free decross.
When Judge Man comes out immediately afterwards, it continues the process chain, and it will give the area back to Versel as soon as Lucky steps back or is forced off.
Nice combo from Lucky, going with the Emboomer, which makes the panels grass, and then following up with the Elemental Man Fire to deal 2x on that. And now looks like he will go for the Bee Banish combo. If that connects, I think that's not quite enough damage for one Beehive, but that is still a lot of damage that can very easily bring Lucky back into the game. Ooh. Judge Man, Erase Man coming out, which will paralyze Judge Man from Versal, so that will be less damage, less HP, and anti-damage coming out, so that will stop all of the combo, the Risky Honey combo, so that is unfortunate. Ooh, anti-damage does connect, bringing Lucky down to 60 HP. Let's see if he's going to be able to get himself back into the game.
That Risky Honey was a nail biter right there. It was possible for it to actually hit Versal coming out of the anti-damage.
Yeah. But unfortunately, because it was at the back of the field, and if it's so the Risky Honey tracks the opponent. If it sees there is no opponent on the field, it goes off the field if it's back. So that is what happened there. This coming out looks like Lucky starting with the white capsule, is trying to chip charge that though. Ooh, destroy pulse and the buster shot to finish off the game.
Yeah, the pulses do pierce Invis, so unfortunately that Invis didn't offer Lucky any protection there. And again we see a permahole field.
Though it looks like this time Lucky decided to stay in baseman and end up using the Invis early. Probably so, as we saw there. He probably expected the Reg full cost to come out. Although it was an interesting choice to decide to not go Dust. I guess he knew that he would go into Tomahawk next turn, so he didn't want to lose out on Dust Cross.
Okay. So this sensor coming out immediately is going to restrict Lucky's movement options a bit.
And before it expires, yeah, Versel can take it in to get 200 damage projectile. Let's see if he ends up getting decrossed though. Ooh, clipping him at the very end. No. Bees are getting charged, but again, anti-damage is going to deny that. Yeah, and goes right off the field. That was unfortunate, missing both Bee Banish combos. Like he's deciding to stay in Tomahawk. He sees these grass chips in his hand and he knows he wants to take them, but needs to make sure that it doesn't get decrossed. And the extra area grab is going to make it easier to confirm Amboomer is connecting. So that is what he's going for. Let's see if that works out. Ooh, immediate wind rack will remove the life aura and then a charge off for the anti-damage. Unfortunately, the grab banish didn't push because Lucky was stopped with the hole, so if the opponent doesn't leave the area, then you don't get back.
Thankfully, Versel has that Sanctuary. It's going to reduce the damage from these charge shots by quite a lot.
Yeah, but now the Emboomers are coming in and they're going to be charged, so that is going to both remove the Holy Panels and deal a lot of damage. Panel Grab getting denied. The Bug the Thunder is coming out now. And now, ooh, that was close. Lucky almost got trapped. Nice placement from Versel, staying on the Holy Panel, which also allowed him to avoid the second Emboomer. And he still has his anger status, so he can go for a 2x damage chip next turn. Let's see if he decides to keep that or crosses out of it.
This single remaining Holy Panel might become a thorn in Lucky's side here. You can see him going into, or at least thinking about going to Dust Cross to remove this Holy Panel, or at least to force his opponent off of it.
Yeah. And Versel still doesn't have Hub Badge, so the broken panels that will be generated by Dust can affect his movement and make it more difficult to land charge shots. Ooh. The anti-damage is going to be removed by the Tingo, and that confirms one of the Bug the Thunders, but the other one leaves the field. And the anti-damage just in time will protect Versel from the Spoutman SP. Okay, so one interesting thing there is that Versel was locked in animation when the anti-damage triggered, so it didn't actually activate. So now if Versel decides to cross-cancel into anything else, then they're going to keep their anti-damage while also basically using that to protect them from the Spoutman SP. So that is a very good option that Versel can decide to go for. And now what we see here, unfortunately, Lucky has all of these area grabs, but because of the permaholes, he isn't able to get any benefit out of them, so he just has to throw them to the back of his folder with Dustig. Ooh, Justice one with the white capsule, though that doesn't really do anything with the invis coming out from...
Ooh, these cracked panels. Thankfully, it is not slow gauge. As
yeah, and
Lucky had just trapped himself onto that single panel again.
yeah. So Lucky is going into Beast Out, which is another way to remove Bug the Thunder off the field. So it's basically similar to how charge cross would work, is that your chip charge gives you invulnerability frames which you can collide with the Bug the Thunder to remove it. But yeah, okay. Ooh, missing the element sword, that would have confirmed both the Bug the Thunders. Then missing ice again, that was unfortunate. Second Bug the Thunder does connect. And another one at the end of at the end of 10. This is a very close game actually, because now so Lucky has more massa and Meteor Knuckles has a lot of options to deal damage. And I believe
I'm not sure if you've seen the Recovery 300s come out yet.
I think we might have seen one, but I'm not sure.
But yeah, both players very even in HP here. Single turn's worth of damage could easily decide things. You can see Lucky going for the Muramasa play here.
The element mana
Oh,
speed.
hoping to confirm it.
Ooh, that will be confirmed. And then let's see if he connects a final buster shot. Looks like that will be the game. Then heading into game 3. Okay, so Lucky has few options to start with. Finally, we're not starting with permaholes on the field, so he can get some use out of all the area grabs that he has.
Yeah, it can be pretty stifling coming up to a permahull's folder or a permahull's field when you have 5 area grabs. But finally, Lucky's going to be able to get some serious use out of these area grabs. They will be able to restrict his opponents much more than on those permahull fields. This will make the Mega Boomers and the machine guns both much more difficult to avoid.
Ooh, both players starting with 2 area grabs, so that will cancel out. And now Versel sees the machine gun coming out, so he can try to move around it or get something to try to decross Lucky, which will cancel the animation. One of the stronger things about machine guns, the element of surprise. If you catch your opponent without them expecting it, you can very easily get a decross. But now that Versel is able to see it, he should be able to avoid it easily. Yeah.
Wow, manages to even keep the barrier.
Sensor gets destroyed. Ooh, this time the B banish does connect and wasn't limited by the permahull, so now it does even more damage compared to what it would have done in games 1 and 2.
It was unfortunate receiving that off of the holy panels. The holy panels would have cut the damage down by a significant amount.
Yeah, and so we saw Bs 1 connecting, and Bs 3 are much quicker in going through the field, so they can be much more difficult to avoid with just movement. Ooh, the Element Man SP, and it does connect. So that did full damage instead of half because of the Holy Panel. And now Lucky's already ahead by 1000 HP. But
So
he's...
the BDT that was played is unlikely to even the field out, especially with this area disadvantage. Oh, and the
Ooh.
grab revenge gets blocked. This also prevents the knockback effect, so Versal won't have his area returned to him immediately.
Yeah, and if Versal doesn't have a wind rack, oh, he does have the Tingleman. But I was saying that Lucky is standing on a Holy Panel, though, so removing that with just above the Thunder would have been very difficult.
So these trades are actually very favorable for Lucky because of the Holy Panel. It reduces the
Yeah,
Bug Death Thunders to 100 damage, whereas his charge shots alone are doing 120.
yeah.
So even if they had the same amount of HP, if they were both just trading charge shots, Lucky would actually be coming out ahead here.
Yeah, and his charges much more quickly, so that is much better for him. Ooh, and looks like the Element Man is... Ooh, misses the Element Man Ice. That would have been enough to finish the game. And ooh, the recovery coming out at the perfect time into a D-Cross. Nice. Let's see if the Emboma misses. It does connect at the very end.
So Lucky placing a lot of value here on this the Holy Panel. He wants to keep it for himself, deny it for Versal. He's refusing to move back even after losing Tomahawk Cross. So there's no way to connect charge shots anymore at this point. And that panel grab value giving Versal the option of avoiding the machine gun 3 earlier. That was pretty big here, letting him keep dust.
Ooh, the Muramasa does connect, but then Destroy Pulse comes out and Buster Shot finishes off the game.
Well played to both players there. Lucky had some very good usage of, I believe that was his opponent's Sanctuary, his opponent's Holy
Yeah.
Panel. managed to grab it for himself, and it made all the difference. Allowed him to just play up front and throughout continuous charge shots, trading even into BDT. You can see.
Yeah, Lucky managed to start building up the advantage, and then closer to the end of the game managed to hold on to it and keep increasing it, even though Versel did get the two recoveries. So in terms of pure HP, that would have been enough, but Lucky was just constantly applying pressure and denying the damage from Versel, so which kept giving him the advantage and ended up giving him the final game.
I still think it was just tragic that the risky honey, the bee banish
Yeah,
combo, it was received off of the holy panels, because it's actually very difficult for Lucky to knock Versel off of the holy panels to receive it, because the banish, because of how fast Risky Honey 3 moves, Versel could choose to simply let it
yeah.
hit him almost immediately by standing at the front on the holy panel. That would have stopped him from receiving it off of the holy panels due to the banish. And so that was actually a situation where Lucky potentially could have lost a lot of damage,
Yeah,
and
and
it would have been a confirmed holy panel.
yeah, exactly. And if Lucky tried to push Versal away from the holy panels too early, then that would have given him invis after the grab banish animation ends, and that would have caused the full thing to miss. So definitely, the correct play would have been to just take the half damage and try to do as much as possible with that.
Well played to both players again. It was a fun match to watch.
Yeah, let's head into the next match, which will be Shadow vs Salad.
So I believe this is our first time seeing
Yeah,
either of these players as far as the cycle goes. You can see Salad is also running an 1800 HP Falzar setup. But this one, interestingly enough, it has shield. But you can see it's also being run with hub batch at the same time. So what effectively the setup has is a double shield going on.
yeah, so this double shield strategy is actually very effective against playing against opponents using Bug Death Thunder, because shield is one of the ways to deny Bug Death Thunder. So if the opponent uses uninstall to remove the first shield, then Sol still has the option of using Hub Batch to gain another shield, and basically negating Bug Death Thunder completely.
And the hub batch will also make up for the absence of buster stats in Salad's Navicust.
Yeah. Although interestingly, if we look at Salad's folder, so it is a folder that is going very quickly. She has two fast gauges. One of them is wrecked, and she is going for the interrupt strats, which is basically applying drag to cancel the opponent's animation and confirm the other hits, causing a lot of combos to come out.
Yeah, you can see it's essentially a Beast Rush folder. There's the Elec Pulse 2s, 3 Elec Pulse 2s, 3 Wind Racks, and so neither of them flinch. They combo with each other. There's a very effective removal of defense going on here, where the Elec Pulse 2s will pierce through Invis and remove it, and the Wind Racks will get rid of any aura or barriers that come up. So there's very little flinching going on from Salad's damage chips. The risky honey three risky honey threes as well, they will not be causing any flinching. So there's a lot of potential for combos to come out and damage to come out in a very short period of time.
Yeah, and even the two Elec Dragons, even if they cause flashing, so it still has the Elec Pulse 2s that are very quick and they can pierce through Invis. So she can start with Elec Dragon, then combo that into Elec Pulse into something else very easily as well.
So on Shadow's side, you see this is yet another Snakes folder.
Yeah, Shadow's signature chip at this point.
And you see there's even a double point and attack plus 30 in there. I think the attack plus 30 gain used on the snakes is is really significant a lot of the time. It basically doubles the damage.
Yeah, so this time Shadow's running an interesting build. So he has the folder pack 1, and so if we look at his Navicosts, he has the emotion bug, while also so emotion bug and the folder pack 1 while also running bug fix in his folder. So there's a interesting combination that you actually don't see often. I think often people think that if you are running emotion bug, then you shouldn't run bug fix at all. But Shadow's trying to get advantage from both of them.
Yeah, the bug fix will give Shadow the option of removing his bugs in exchange for removal of the emotion bug as well. So he won't be stuck in this situation where where at the very least he has no way to get rid of his bugs. And I think as well that it can simply be beast charged if you want to retain the emotion. Although at that point you would lose it anyways thanks to the I believe tired status.
Yeah, and he does have custom bugs. So he has custom bug level 1, which means that after 3 turns, the number of chips he has in custom will decrease by 1 every turn until it reaches 2. Um, so he does eventually want to get that bug fixed, but he has a big buffer before he would have to do that.
I think you're overlooking the big brain play, which is to simply use all of your chips before custom bugs really affect you. But
That is true.
I do think this will be significant though because of the fact that Salad has a full cust and 2 fast gauges. The custom bug could potentially kick in very quickly for Shadow and limit his options. So the bug fix, pulling the bug fix, will be critical. I believe.
Yeah, and another thing now that you mentioned the fast gauge is that Shadow isn't running any invis. So the thing about invis that it lasts for I believe 600 frames, which is a full fast gauge turn and a bit extra. So it's a very good defensive option that he would go for. But unfortunately, he isn't running any of them. So that could be pretty punishing for him during this game.
And one interesting thing to note that is being brought up in chat right now is that yeah, the Slash Man chips, they normally don't receive boosts onto the kunai, so they don't take, because that would just be an insane damage multiplication basically. But humor does double it, and I believe it works the same way as doubling the books from Judge Man as well. So the emotion bug does have the potential for some very funny chip usage here, especially with the roll 3 and the Slash Man.
Yeah. So with the roll 3 particularly, if he manage, so he has the 2 recoveries already and the roll 3. If he combines that with plus 30 double point and manages to get that with the emotion bug, that could be 1000 HP in damage and healing. So that can be very big, especially against Salad's Folder, who that is running a lot of combo-based chips, which might be a bit light on damage compared to some of the other folders that we've already seen.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this matchup plays out. I can see it going either way quite easily.
Alright, let's head right into the match then. Okay, so we see Shadow's already starting with the roll and the plus 30, though he is deciding to take only an area grab because he is expecting the fast gauge or the full cast to come out from Salad, so he doesn't want to end up having to throw away too many chips at the start. So one of the important things about playing with against fast gauge is how you pace yourself against the opponent. If you use your chips too early, then you'll end up without any chips and you'll have to throw away some of your chips for no reason.
And it's important to note here that Shadow also did not take the second area grab, because what he really wants to do is bait out some of the area control from Salad. So Salad does have Grab Revenge and Judge Man available, and both of those will return to area that has been taken. So you can see that Shadow wants to get an area advantage in order to pressure Salad, but does not want to overuse the area grabs immediately.
Yeah, and it looks like he's deciding to go for the quick bug fix. So he's probably seeing the fast gauge and predicting that he wouldn't really have time to go for waiting for a motion bug to get the 2x. So he's just going for the bug fix, trying to get as much advantage to get through his folder as quickly as he can. And there we see it, the rush, the chip rush combo coming from Salad at the very end.
Yeah, I believe you see two of the Elect Pulse 2s and Winrax coming out there. So it doesn't seem like a huge amount of damage, but what's important there is that it's very difficult to avoid that damage with how quickly those chips come out and the way they work. They combo into each other so seamlessly that you can just get stuck in a combo like that.
Yeah, and in a fast gauge turn, this combo can actually end up taking a significant amount of the turn, which will deny you from doing everything for the whole duration. Ooh. So trying to go for the Beast 2x, but that ends up missing to the flashing, and although Judgment did connect, we saw that Salad went into Tomahawk Cross, yeah. So that,
Ooh.
and now Shadow was trapped, so he took all of that damage, and then for the Elect Dragon to end the turn with.
So that Risky Honey, that blocked that Slash Man, as well as getting quite a number of additional Risky Honey bees being sent out. That was a huge amount of damage right there for an unboosted Risky Honey.
And now Shadow going for the roll to get the recovery and do some damage to try to even the game, but Salad has Invis, so that will deny the damage to come out from Shadow.
Yeah, that would have actually been a swing in HP. Salad would have had less HP than Shadow at this point. But the Invis prevents that. At least Shadow gets the recovery aspect of it. And then now these recovery 300s coming out, they'll probably top Shadow off, or almost top Shadow off here.
Yeah, now
Bring him back
Salad's
up to 1750.
yeah, and now Salad's out of Beast out turn, so it will be more difficult to try to confirm chips like Windrak or the Elect Pulse if she has any of them. So she's going to probably try to go for the remaining chips like Spatman SP or the Raceman SP, and then waiting out for Damage Judge and denying as much damage from Shadow as possible. Let's see. So Shadow's folder tends to try to go for the longer turn, trying to pressure the opponent while exhausting their defensive options and then going for the snakes for the slash man combos. But now with how fast the turns are going, so he's probably going to be forced to try to use some of the chips early and maybe have them be blocked. So it's very interesting to see how Shadow's trying to deal with the fast gauge. Judgment will deny the area from Shadow, and it looks like Shadow went into Ground Cross. So one thing about Ground Cross is that it's actually the highest DPS you can get of any crosses, but it's very difficult to try to confirm the charge shot, which is where Gooden comes into play.
No, this is actually a very dangerous situation for Shadow. So Ground Cross is actually vulnerable before the charge shot comes out. So in these few frames here, you'll see there's actually potential here for a counter hit, essentially.
Yeah, especially that Salt wants, so with Elec Pulse's Windrax, she wants Shadow to try to hit with things that are point blank. So that could be very bad for Shadow. Though it looked like
Ooh,
Solid didn't have anything there. Oh, she had the life orb, but unfortunately couldn't mash it out in time. And unfortunately Shadow doesn't have his second snake, so these broken panels are going to deny him from using Slashman. No.
so both players there simultaneously removing each other's life auras. This feels like a somewhat difficult situation for Salad because of the lack of damage. Because Shadow managed to get off a roll 3, I believe it was a heavily boosted roll 3 alongside those recovery 300s. He's still quite healthy.
Yeah.
Ooh, but this is gonna do a ton of damage.
And Shadow's going to lose the anti-damage. So although Shadow's actually above an HP, I believe if we went into damage judge, even before the Eraseman would have connected, then Salad is still winning on damage judge. We saw Shadow use 2 recoveries, so 600 HP, and the roll plus 60. So Salad, the game plan for Salad now is to try to minimize the damage that she takes as much as possible, and then just surviving until damage judge and winning through that.
It's gonna be difficult though with one of the snakes still in play, as well as these bees and Muramasa. Shadow still has so many damage options available to him, so that's going to have to play very well defensively in order to avoid being deleted here.
Yeah, and Solid still doesn't have hub batch out, so getting this with the Monomaster could be big and an easy confirm for that. So we'll see if he manages to get that hit.
Yeah, it looks like Shadow realizes that as well. It's just gonna go straight for the Muramasa play.
Ooh, hub
Oh,
batch.
so the confirmed Muramasa is being denied here, and on top of that, there's a trap. And this being fast gauge turns also is doing Shadow no favors.
Yeah, this paralysis is going to be basically long enough until the turn ends. Yeah, and the Muramasa end up missing, which is very much unfortunate. And now we see that Shadow's also almost out of chips, but he does have the bees and an area grabs. So if he manages to get the full area with bees, that could be a lot of damage still. Ooh, was element trap instead of an anti-damage as we thought. Ooh, nice. So the broken panels denied Spotman SP from spawning, and the very quick movement from Shadow allowed him to avoid the Alec Pulse as well. So this is actually a very good position for Shadow. I think he is getting very close on winning damage judge if they end up going into um, damage judge. And he decided to go for Spout Cross, which has the fastest charge time. So he's going to try to get in as many charge shots as possible during this time.
I'm not sure if winning damage judge would be possible for Shadow at this point. Actually, I think
Mm.
I think it would be so close that it would be inches from deletion.
Ooh,
The
nice.
amount of damage to do, anyways.
Yeah, and started getting the 2 blocks on charge shots. That was very big as well. Third one, nice. Very good use of shield from Salad. There's 180 damage denied already. Again, nice. and the Sanctuary. Now we are going into the final turn, so Salad's going to be able to beast over, so she wouldn't take any damage from this point. So it will be up to Shadow to avoid attacks from Salad, but gets decrossed by the Elect Dragon, which dealt 200 damage. So I believe at this point, because they are the same HP, there is no way that Shadow is going to win a damage judge.
This is this is a cruel joke by Salad actually still having some offensive chips left at the very end. I think the damage judge is going to be very significant here.
Yeah.
Almost, well, actually no, more than 1,000 HP difference. So even if Salad didn't connect with those final offensive chips, even if Shadow landed a little bit more, it still would have gone in Salad's favor in terms of damage judge.
Yeah.
So even though both players they have a very similar HP at the start, 1850 to 1800, you can see their win conditions very different here. Shadow's basically just going to have to delete Salad, whereas Salad has the option of running down the clock and going to damage judge.
Yeah, so looks like Shadow has that in mind. You remember how game 1 went, and he's going for the immediate turn 1 snakes, trying to get that. Looks like neither of them went into Dustcross, which is an interesting option. Ooh, let's see if he managed to get 2x from that. Ooh, he does. Nice, and that was just after the shield was removed from Salad, so that will be a lot of damage that Salad will take.
Ooh, some of it does get blocked by those rock cubes though, so even though it was ×2, a lot of damage was lost.
And looks like Shadow already has his second snakes, and he is going into dust now, so he's going to take in these cubes to stop them from blocking his second snake's use. Both of them went into dust, and then full cost coming out straight from Salad, but Shadow was able to use his snakes right before the turn ended, but now he is at risk of getting decrossed by Eraseman SP, which will be a lot of damage.
So this is an interesting situation because Shadow has used a significant portion of the damage in his folder already. Of course, he still has a lot more, but those two snakes coming out so early, that could be either a blessing or a curse because the snakes were unboosted. I mean, there was the humor, there was an emotion for the first one, but the attack plus 30 did not manage to go onto either one of them. So it's a good thing that they connected like that, but you can see the beast combo coming out from Salad there, the Windrax and Elic Pulses.
Yeah, and now there are only 200 HP difference, even though, as you mentioned, Shadow did end up using the two snakes that he has, so this is still going to be a very rough battle for Shadow to try to get in all of that damage, try to come ahead on damage. And because of the Geddon, he isn't going to be able to use any of his navies. Oh, nice. So it looks like Geddon is going to expire this turn. So that was very close timing. See if he connects. Oh, that was for beat actually. Okay. And now Invis and the trap going down from Salad. So Salad has very interesting build in that she is using element trap, anti-navi, anti-damage, and anti-sword. So all the traps basically. So this one could be anti-navi, could be any of them. So without manually checking, Shadow has no way of figuring out. And now Salad runs out of Beast out turn, so now she is going to switch into the more defensive approach, as we saw in game 1. Let's see if Shadow is going to be able to bring the game back into his favor. He is still ahead on HP, but again, if we go into damage judge, then that could make no difference. Ooh, nice. TF seeing the lifer, and now because he is in Tengu, just the back B will remove that immediately. Although he did miss it, so.
Thankfully, Salad is not running Muramasa, otherwise
Yeah.
this would actually be risky right here, having missed the back B at the end of turn. Because trying to do it again immediately would simply leave yourself open to the Muramasa. Although Salad did use up all of the beast out turns already. And not having an area advantage here, there's no way to walk up and use it, of course.
Yeah, obviously Salad could have the option of using something like back B, Erase Man, or things like that. Ooh, walking right into the charge shot. Also, another thing to note is that Shadow didn't take his Slashmans even though he had plus area, which was probably trying to avoid an anti-Navi situation where he gets decrossed by his own Navi. So that's one thing that he had to keep in mind.
This is actually quite a rough situation for Shadow, even though you see that he has an HP advantage. After the recoveries and after the roll that's going to be coming out in one of the coming turns, it's still very questionable whether or not he's going to be able to close the game out before it goes to damage judge. And you see there was a little bit of missed damage there on the Slashman EX as well.
Ooh, okay, so that wasn't... that was anti-sword though.
Oh!
Nice. Although Shadow was able to block one of them, the Erase Man end of turn ended up coming out from Salad in a confirmed position, so now Shadow is going to have to cross cancel if he doesn't want to stay paralyzed and potentially take some of the combos that Salad might still have in the folder.
So anti-sword is actually potentially one of the strongest traps next to, say, like an anti-recovery blocking a recovery 300. It's actually an equal amount of damage if you don't count the poison panel from the anti-recovery. But the other traps, yeah, they do less damage. So Shadow did manage to avoid one of the anti-sword attacks, but their HP being this close is actually is not a good sign for Shadow.
Yeah. Ooh, and the Erase Man speed, though Salad was mashing and ends up throwing that away and TFCing with an invis. That was unfortunate for Salad. And it looks like Shadow is going for the roll with the double point and the plus 30. Ooh, B's to X connects. Actually, Solid does have a trap up, so that could be anti-Navi. I believe we still haven't seen that one. Well, okay, looks like it wasn't. If it was anti-Navi, that would have been very bad for Shadow.
So Shadow has used, I believe, all of his recovery options available, and you see this 500 HP difference. If it goes to damage judge, it will definitely be in Salad's favor at this point. So he needs to land some of these chips, especially the Muramasa. That would put Salad in at a range where it's possible to actually delete her before it goes to damage judge. But it's already turn 11, so you can see there's only 4 more turns, but effectively 3 because of Beast over.
Nice, managing to get the D-cross with Element Man. Though Salad still has Habbatch up, so that Geddon isn't going to trap her in place. And actually, Sanctuary comes out from Salad, which is potentially very big for her. And now, ooh, nice! Although that was half damage Muramasa, that was still very good connection, managing to get that on Salad and bringing Salad down to 165 HP. So now bees or few charge shots connecting could be enough for game. And that was
I
Element
don't.
Trap, so there is second hive coming
Oh,
up. So blocking the last hit of bees with an anti-damage, but now she is out of defense, I believe. So, ooh, nice use Frisky Honey, both dealing damage and protecting Salad from one of the hits.
so this is the final turn here for Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
This isn't looking good for Shadow. Salad's just gonna go to Beast Over, and if Salad has any additional chips, that's just gonna seal the damage difference.
yeah,
Looks like it's just gonna be the Falzar feathers coming out for a little bit of extra damage from the Beast AI, but this should be it.
yeah. That is damage judge deciding that Salad wins the game. So I see someone in chat asking how damage judge works. If you want, do you explain that briefly?
So each each match has a limit of 15 turns. So damage judge occurs on at the end of the 15th turn, and what it does is it just calculates how much damage each player has done to each other. And so what's important to note is that that excludes certain effects, like I believe poison does not count
Yeah.
towards damage judge. I think grab revenge and grab banish also actually don't count. I'm
Oh,
not
I didn't
100%
know
sure on
that.
that one. Stuff like anti-recovery, I believe it also doesn't count that. So it counts so those chips, I believe the damage dealt. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on the grab, banish, and revenge there, but certain damage effects don't count, whereas and as well as environmental damage effects, it's damage you deal to your opponent, not damage that is dealt to your opponent. So that can create some odd differences there in calculating damage judge. But what it is it's simply a way of deciding who the winner is at the end of the 15th turn. And so that 15th turn can come sooner or later in terms of real time,
Yeah.
thanks to slow gauge and fast gauge and full cust. So with a double fast gauge setup like this, it's quite common to go into damage judge, and this can work out in Salad's favor, like it did in this set, because the beast turns. So the damage is very hard to avoid from Salad's A code, the Elec Pulse 2 Windrat combos. It's very hard to avoid the damage, and then Salad has a very defensively oriented setup other than that. So it can be very difficult to squeeze into damage. You can see that Shadow used the two snakes very early, but I think it may have been the difference may have just been the fact that only one of the snakes was using the emotion glitch,
Yeah.
and then the other snake didn't have the attack plus 30 chained onto it. I think one of the problems here was that the for Shadow was that the boosts were always going onto the rush, so it was creating an HP difference. There was a big HP difference during these games, but they did not translate into a damage difference that was significant enough
Yeah.
to finish that off. Just think about if the damage had gone onto the snakes instead, or or if more of the chips had been emotion bug boosted, right? But Salad managed to squeeze out two wins here thanks to really good and effective defensive play using the shield, using all the defensive chips,
Yeah. Those.
and the risky honey threes as well, the counters from them.
Yeah. Yeah. They end up being very close with Salad ending the game at 19 HP. So a single charge shot connecting or one hit from B's, one extra hit from B. So if Salad didn't end up using that shield, then that would have been game right there. So it was very well played from both sides. That was a very good game.
Yeah, well played to both players there. That was fun to watch as well. it's an interesting matchup.
Alright, let's head right into the next game, which will be Symes vs Versel. Okay, so this is going to be an interesting game. We've already seen both players play, and they both are using the double Giga Bug the Thunder Hub batch, so it will be very interesting trying to see how the matchup ends up going.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the bubble stars in Symes folder are very effective with Bug Death Thunder because they double the damage dealt, as well as having the ability to decross Charge Cross. That won't be relevant here, of course, because it's Falzar versus Falzar.
Yeah.
But the double damage taken from the bubbles, that is still that's extremely significant for Bug Death Thunder, as well as working to limit their movement and to confirm the hits. Whereas Versal, you can see, has his own options as well, like to confirm his own BDTs. You see the Elect Sword, the Sensor 3 to limit movement, and then the Dest Pulse. So there's all sorts of stuff here that they can use to immobilize each other and to help the BDTs land.
Yeah, and so because they both are playing Falzar, so they both have the option of going to Tomahawk Cross, which will be a very big effector if they both end up having Bug Death Thunder out on the field, because it will give you the player's status guard, which will stop paralysis, and by doing that, that will give them more time to charge their attacks and pressure the opponent even more to deny the attacks coming down from the opponent.
That's a good point there. You can see that Versal only has effectively one fire chip in form of the Element Man. And Symes has the Heat Dragon as well as his own Element Man, so they have very limited fire chips in terms of potential decross options against Tomahawk. But at the same time, I question if it's even going to be necessary to knock each other out of Tomahawk Cross with the way Bug Death Thunder matchup plays against each other. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Symes also has the uninstall, so if he manages to land the uninstall, going into Tomahawk Cross isn't really going to matter all that much, because being hit will cause flinching, which will reset the charge time, while Versal doesn't have an uninstall option, so that will be very interesting to see.
Oh, there is one difference in their folders that I want to point out. It is that Versal has Sanctuary, whereas Symes does not. So even though Symes has basically an additional fire chip available to him, the Element Man, well, so it's tough to say, but the way they use their chips is going to be very interesting here in terms of which chips they choose to hold to check their opponent's chips, and then basically who's going to get the Bug Death Thunder first, because it can be very painful playing a Bug Death Thunder setup against your opponent and not being able to pull it. So
and another thing which is probably minor is that they both have full custom reg, so and they both know that, so one of them can decide to hold on to their full cost, expect the opponent to go into and use their full cost, and use the one they have at a better time when they need it, to deny the advantage to the opponent, because if they both dust dig, it will basically cancel out with each other. So, but if one of them gets a decross and then use full cost, then that can build up momentum very quickly.
I think it's very interesting, that mind game, because that can lead to some very humorous situations where neither of them have they're both basically just holding their full costs against each other, and it's potentially wasting the hand space. So the problem with the full cost is actually that you're trying to maximize your dig potential and try to get your big chips out, the Hub Batch and the Bug Death Thunders. So having to hold a chip in your hand is quite detrimental there.
Yeah, I believe that's everything, so let's head right into the match. Okay, so we're seeing they are starting with Icefield, but I don't think that is going to end up affecting the matchup that much, at least at the start. And it looks like Symes is already starting with his bug fix, so that is a very good chip that you want to see from Symes.
Yeah, you can see already Symes queuing up that full cast at the very end there.
Okay, so it looks like both of them took the full cost into the turn, but Versel did end up using it immediately. So Symes is probably just going to hold on to the chips in his hand, take them into the next turn, and still get use out of them. And it looks like Symes started with the blind as his bug. So that was caused by a bug called color bug, which happens when you have more than 4 colors in your navicast. And it gives you one of 4 random statuses: blind, invis, confuse, and invulnerability or green invis. And the length depends on the level of the bug that you have. So level 1 is for 5 colors in your navicast, and level 2 is for 6. I believe Symes has level 2, though I'm not really no, he has level 1. So his blind's going to last slightly less than a normal cast turn, but because of the full cast, that still hasn't happened. Ooh, and the trainer ends up missing.
So it's some very defensive turns from Symes here. He's just trying to pull his BDT as soon as he can, essentially, as well as his hub hatch. But it's very unfortunate he hasn't managed to pull it yet, but it should be coming up soon.
Yeah, so I
And there
believe
it is.
at this point he's basically gone through most of his folder. Probably, I don't think he's seen hub batch yet, so that might be close to being the last chip in his build, but he should get that next turn or the turn afterwards, max. Ooh, just this one coming out, so that will crack the panels and limit where Syme's going to be able to move. Though the anti-damage is unfortunately going to be wasted on a Judge Man. Okay, Bug the Thunder is out. Let's see if Versel's going to be able to avoid the... Ooh, the first one does connect. Look, Pulse, though, unfortunately the anti-damage denied the D-Cross. And another Bug the Thunder. I believe this match, Symes vs Versel, would have been quite a bit laggy, which fortunately isn't really the usual. Most matches have pretty good connection, but I believe this one in particular was very laggy for them. So this can make it very difficult for Versal or Symes to try to avoid Bug the Thunder. But since, as you mentioned before the game, Symes was the one to get his Bug the Thunder early, that can be very rough for Versal to try to navigate around that.
Yeah, the Bug Defenders flooding Versel's side of the field now are going to be very difficult to deal with,
Ooh, and
especially as it's a slow gauge.
what we saw there, Symes was trying to use his Bubble Star to confirm the Bug the Thunder, but that proc the anti-damage, which ended up removing the Bug the Thunder from the field. And now her batch is here along with the 2 recoveries.
So Symes has the option of taking this recovery 300, even though he doesn't need it, and it would actually be a waste at this point, simply to because Bug of Thunder puts you in such a position that you can actually go turns just without using chips. You can just continue to charge and drop the Bug of Thunders. So he can just wait until Versel puts out some extra damage and then get maximum value out of the recovery 300.
Yeah, and Symes cross cancelled out of spot cross because he was expecting Bug the Thunder to come out from Versal, so he wants to avoid that 400 damage. And now with Geddon coming out, that is going to be very easy confirm for Bug the Thunders from Symes. So this is going to be very rough for Versal to try to avoid any of those. And as we mentioned before, because he is in Dust Cross, he can easily get paralyzed as well.
So you can see there's a very large HP difference at this point. And Symes still has a lot of his offensive chips and chips to help his Bug Death Thunders available to him.
Ooh, Sanctuary coming out. So that Raceman will connect. I don't think Bug the Thunder has quite enough time to connect, but the more mass is more than enough. Oh, dead. Nice.
Yeah, Bug Death Thunder's paralysis is quite difficult to deal with.
And the Buster Shot finishes off the game. That was a very rough game for Versel, being behind on Bug the Thunder because the game took very quickly snowball, and he just ended up losing with a huge HP deficit.
Yeah, so the Bug Death Thunder versus Bug Death Thunder matchup can very easily be decided by who draws it first, and Symes had quite an advantage over Versal in that regard.
Ooh, nice. Using Justice One to immediately remove the Holy Holy Aura, then going into full cost. And again, Symes is starting with the blind as his bug, but ooh, he does have the early static with uninstall. Static is a very good engine to try to confirm the uninstall, but because he is blind, he decided to play it safe and keep the uninstall for later. Ooh.
So the Raceman SP does not connect because of the anti-damage.
Nice. Still, he quickly comboing out into Elixir and Trainer, which does connect. So there's it's actually very rare to see Trainer being used in normal BN because of how hard it can be to confirm, and it without it being boosted by Spout Cross or plus 30 it can be very difficult to get in a lot of damage from it. So it's a very interesting tech choice that Versal decided to go for.
Yeah, typically the train arrow you would want to use it on an ice field, so possibly using Ice Seed or some other means. So Bugfix comes out here. The Judgman from Versal does not connect. Ooh, so the Pulse is going to connect for full damage.
Okay, so do you briefly explain what Destroy Pulse does, since it is one of the best PAs that people usually use?
So this pulse applies several bugs as well as paralyzing, and this paralysis, the specific paralysis, it goes through status guard.
Yeah.
So Tomahawk is also feels the effects. So one of the effects, as you can see now, is the custom HP bug. What this does is it rapidly drains HP while you are in the custom screen. You can see the HP drain stopped as soon as Symes was done picking his chips. But while he's picking his chips, it actually will drain his HP. So this will punish you for choosing your chips too slowly.
Ooh, it looks like that Muramasa was about to connect, but now Bug the Thunder is coming out from both players at the same turn. Though we see that Versel does have defense and has the slight plus in the area, so he is holding the advantage on the Bug the Thunder trade. Nice. Second one does connect again. Ooh, losing the anti-damage was unfortunate right before the turn ended. Okay, so it looks like Symes is going for the safer play, going with Habbatch and the recovery 300, as well as the Element Man, because he is expecting a potential Tomahawk to come out from Versel.
So this is where the gauge and the folder interactions get kind of strange. Oh, you see the
Nice.
decross coming out immediately. Element Man taking off Symes Tomahawk. Oh, but this could
Ooh.
actually be very good for him, assuming he can survive this.
Yeah, so one thing now, although Symes did lose his, yeah, there we see it. Symes did lose his Tomahawk, but now he has access to shield. And ooh, he misses out on the ice, managing to hit
Oh,
with.
so that BDT actually connected. The shield was mistimed, I believe. So theoretically, with HUD Batch, with the shield, you can simply block any of the Bug Death Thunders that are traveling towards you, unless they get comboed basically with another
Yeah.
chip. But I think there was a bit of a misplay there, with that shield specifically, and this can be a lethal situation for Symes when he's already
Ooh.
down to 20 HP.
Let's see, that bubble does connect. Is he? Looks like Versal wasn't even mashing to get out of that bubble. I believe with slight faster mashing he would have had enough time. Nice shield from Symes, and the Groundman SP is going to connect, but Symes is trapped and custom is long, so few buster shots can be enough to finish off the game. Windrak and Golem hit, nice. And there we see Versal is taking game 2 and taking us into game 3. And Symes here is reminding us that it is indeed no time to run away. Okay, so Symes is starting with the life or a turn 1 again.
Yeah, I mean, Lyfora has some very limited use in a Death Thunder or Bug Death Thunder versus Bug Death Thunder matchup, because your charge shot Bug Death Thunder is just going to destroy Life Aura, and without holy panels in play as well, there's no way to prevent that.
And although this time Versal again started with Justice 1, Symes managed to move out in time to avoid the 200 damage from it and keep his life aura for a bit longer this time. Although when Drak removes it straight away again.
Yeah, I think playing the Life Aura early, it is the correct play here in my opinion. Just for the sake of drawing out your opponent's chips as well, but it doesn't offer that much protection.
Yeah, and using it early game is generally what you want as Bug the Thunder player, because if that doesn't happen in this matchup, but if the opponent has magnums or machine guns, which are very good ways of decrossing dust, then Life Arrow can very easily protect you from those for at least a few turns that you need to find your pieces. Ooh. But then the Erase Man, although Symes was ready for it with the barrier 200, so that will deny the decross. That was a nice setup from Versal though.
Yeah, and you can see there that the Life Aura would have essentially had the same effect as a barrier 200, in terms of just blocking a chip like the Erase Man SP. But instead, it's barrier 200. So both barriers coming out, both of the U code chips coming out for Symes already. But he pulls the Bucket of Thunder quite early.
Because of all the broken panels, looks like he's deciding to go into Tengu Cross, and I don't think Versel is playing Muramasa, so he isn't quite worried about getting that big of a D-cross from that. Although Beast Out is coming, so we could see Destroy Pulse coming out from Versel. Ooh, Bug the Thunder also coming out, so... But now one thing that Symes has is the Warp Step. Warp Step is actually pretty good at allowing you to avoid Bug the Thunder as long as you have normal area or plus area. At minus area, then it starts becoming very bad negative. Ooh, and the broken panel will deny the Element Man.
Dude, that was unfortunate. That Element Man would have led to a confirmed BDT hit as well if it was landed on ice. But because of that broken panel, it did not get to be used.
Yeah, and it also denies your opponent from charging. So it is a matchup where you have to try to deny your opponent while also trying to make sure you get the advantage. Just relying on one of them isn't quite enough.
Yeah, statuses like freeze or paralysis or bubble are very important in the Bucket of Thunder versus Bucket of Thunder matchup. As you're about to see here, there was no second Bucket of Thunder, or there's no additional Bucket of Thunders on the field for Symes, but this still kind of equalizes things for them.
Ooh,
So the Death Pulse doesn't connect.
that was really unfortunate. The 400 damage would have been enough to bring Versal's HP ahead, and the blind as well as the custom HP bug could have been very big in forcing Symes.
Yeah, if that had connected, that would have been a very tough situation for Symes, but you can see here, Symes has access to the Recovery 300s and the Hub Batch. A lot of defensive options coming out here that should be able to... that should let him...
Versal,
well, so the cracked panels don't do anything anymore because of the Hub Batch.
yeah. It would have been a good option to try to use that to avoid the Bug the Thunder Change and force it off the field, but Versal didn't have that at that point, and the Judgment SP unfortunately misses on an Invis TFC. And the final charge is removed as well, so that is going to be wasted time, and Symes has two Bug the Thunders on the field, so that will be building up pressure for Symes. He's taking the uninstall as well as bug fix. So let's see if everything connects. Ooh, nice. Sanctuary at the perfect time. And avoids the uninstall with the bubble. That was very big for Versel. Now he has the plus area, so he can more easily avoid Symes' attacks, and allows him to more easily confirm his.
Oh, but this could be bad for Versal. The fact that the Sanctuary was used that way, it does lead to 3 of those holy panels going up to Symes.
And now Symes has the extra area grab, so he is planning on taking more of these holy panels for himself. I believe we've already seen Versal use Judgment and Judgment SP, so I'm not sure if he has more ways of denying area grabs from Symes. But that is nice movement. Ooh, although getting decrossed, that was unfortunate. missing elixirs and walking into Bug the Thunder Charge, and now Symes has the Eraseman into more Massa. That will be half damage, but that is still quite a lot of damage. Looks like Sam's going to be waiting for that to try to also confirm a Bug the Thunder Charge. So I believe that will be enough for game. Or actually, it's not quite enough. And recovery coming out from Versel. So, ooh.
Yeah, that when it comes down to the Bug Death Thunder trading like that, the lost time when you don't have Tomahawk Cross to give you Stas Guard, that really decides the matchup.
Actually, did Versel use his hub batch? I don't think we've seen him use shield, so I'm not sure if he had hub batch already or he's just not using shield. And that Judgment will connect, and with a buster shot, that will be enough for game.
So well played to both players. I think it was a fairly close set. I think the final match, it really came down to chip usage, as I
Yeah.
was talking about earlier. You really have to hold on to certain chips in order to check your opponent, because the sanctuary giving Symes so much room to work with in terms of those additional holy panels, not having anything to get rid of them, that really hurt Versal in the end, I think.
Yeah, Bug the Thunder is quite an interesting. The mirror match is quite an interesting matchup because it tends to be one of the longer matches that you have in normal BN because of slow gauge, because of especially if there was lag, which I believe there was in this match. So that would have been a very long match that was very intensive on good movement and effective use of chips. So that was well played from both sides, especially Versal, who we've actually not been seeing play more often. So that was very good showing from Versal. All right, let's head into our next match, which will be JoeyKobalt vs HonorNite.
So I don't think we've seen either of them so
Yeah,
far.
this is both our new matches for the stream, so we can quickly start by going through Joey's folder. So Joey's running an interesting build. He's going.
Joey, this Navi cust, what is happening? This is very interesting. So it's an 800 HP. It's a plus 800 HP setup that has a attack 4 and a speed +1 in there. So what do you think, playerzero?
So yeah, I do think it's quite an interesting choice to try to go for that. So I believe we would have been able to try to get in a bit more HP maybe instead of trying to use the bottom panels. But it does look like that it had that was a folder focused on trying to get emotion bug, and if he isn't able to get any advantage out of that, he can still cross without having to worry. He doesn't have any custom bugs, so he doesn't really need to play bug fix. So he's trying to balance getting use out of both sides instead of some of the one of the folders that we saw already in Shadow's folder, where he tried to get use of both, but he was also on a timer that he wanted to get bug fixed. So there's an interesting variant that is somewhat similar, but I do believe the Navicast could have been slightly optimized for Joey.
So yeah, I think it's interesting though, the decision to use humor, to use the emotion bug here, because a lot of these chips they can be charged in Falzar for double damage already using the charge, using the different crosses, like the Risky Honey 3s, the Mega Boomers, the Bubble Stars, and that single train arrow. So a lot of these chips would already get a double damage bonus, but you can see there's certain things like the Magnums, Elect Dragons, and of course there's the hard-hitting B-code SP Navi chips. So I think it's an interesting choice to run humor with this type of folder, and I'm interested in seeing what kind of value he can get out of it.
Yeah, and then going into HonorNite's Navicast. So I think that is one of the no less unusual builds. So that is very similar to what Salad had, but instead of another HP plus 400, I think HonorNite decided to replace that with attack max.
Yeah, so this is quite similar to what Salad was running, and you can see even here that there are Bubble Star pulses, electric, and so this looks somewhat similar in that you see hub batch as well. So it's a double shield again, shield
Yeah,
into hub batch. Um, I would guess that one of the major differences here is that HonorNite has a lot less wind racks, only one wind rack, and that
yeah,
the pulse is obviously it's pulse 1, so it's going to do the paralysis instead of the pull effect, the drag effect.
yeah.
So it's going to be less about comboing it like that, maybe more about using like the Bubble Star, Elect Dragon combos and the Magnums to greater effect.
Yeah, and because of the extra attack that HonorNite has, then he also has the option of trying to go for some of his charge shots. So he has 3 area grabs, two of those are tagged. He does have Magnum and Elect Dragons, which if the opponent doesn't have air shoes or float shoes, can work as a very good option in limiting the opponent's movement and basically forcing them to get hit by all of your charge shots for free.
One of the things that I actually feel kind of iffy on is that when I see that Thalzar has attack max like this, I actually feel kind of regretful that there aren't more area grabs in this folder,
Yeah,
because with attack max it's very easy to capitalize on certain charge shots in Thalzar's arsenal. Like a lot of the crosses actually have very dangerous, very deadly charge shots, especially if you get area locked or
yeah,
you're forced to simply receive them, as we've talked about before with ground cross, but also tomahawk. We've seen trading advantageously into Bug Death Thunder thanks to a holy panel.
yeah.
Um, and then also their the beast chip charges are also extremely potent. In fact, I think in a lot of cases they do more damage than their Gregor counterparts if you manage to use them optimally. You can see from like Ground Beast or Tengu Beast, the multi-hits they rack up and do a ton of damage very quickly. So having more null chips to charge into that is can be very good when you have max attack on Thalzar.
Yeah, exactly. And especially if playing against Gregor, and Gregor's builds are usually focused on trying to get all of these charge shots, and the charge shots from Gregor are basically built to deal all that damage. So if you end up losing on the area grabs trade, or you find Gregor's pressuring more with their area grabs, then that can be a very hard position trying to win after you use out all of your chip damage, especially with the non-damaging Giga. So HonorNite has Hub Batch, even though he already has Attack Max. He already has 2 custom, which is a fairly good number. So the Hub Batch is going to be mostly used for air and float shoes.
Yeah, mostly for the air and float shoes, as well as the second shield, basically
Yeah,
the backup shield in case he gets uninstalled. And Joey does have his own uninstall, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. These folders are very different, and their setups are also quite different.
yeah, let's head right into it. Okay, so one thing that we saw that Joey is running was the custom 5. So although custom 5 can be very rough, he also has the option of going into Dust Cross, which gives you the ability to go through your folder more quickly. But he is playing against HonorNite, and he knows HonorNite's folder, so he knows the 3 magnums that are waiting inside HonorNite's folder. And especially with a field like this with cubes, that will encourage both sides to go into dust. So that means a decross is much more likely to happen very early.
And you can see that HonorNite is going to get some value out of this barrier because
Ooh.
normally you are exposed to something like Magnum, which both players in this matchup have.
And yeah, that's the Magnum. And because, ooh, though
Oh!
HonorNite misses.
So HonorNite missed his Magnum, but Joey did not manage to land any Buster Clog shots to knock off the barrier. So both of the players here have managed to keep their dust, although Joey is immediately going into Tomahawk because he sees these Mega Boomers in his hand. So one of the disadvantages with playing with such low cust is that you basically have to play what you see almost immediately. Having the more cust you have, the more options you have in terms of holding onto chips and playing around them and reacting to your opponent. But with the Mega Boomers coming out so soon, unfortunately Joey has to drop out of dust. These charged Mega Boomers are going to be a bulk of Joey's damage here, and the potential multi-hits on them could lead to the match ending very quickly if HonorNite steps in a very unfortunate pattern.
Yeah, and now we saw the full cost coming out from HonorNite, and he is still in Dustcross, so that will give him time to go through his folder more freely and with the higher custom. So he is trying to build up the advantage in going through his folder and optimizing his throws, basically.
This is a rough situation for Joey actually. That full cust was very good for HonorNite because not only is he digging through all of his folder, but he has the options of just picking and choosing which defense chips to hold on to. So it's very likely that he has something up his sleeve here to block at least one of the Mega Boomers.
Ooh, nice. The first one connects. The second one, uh,
Oh! So he had the life aura, but was probably expecting a time freeze or something because he simply did not react to the Mega Boomers coming out. So the charged Mega Boomers do a ton of damage. I believe it's 340.
yeah, and so one thing that might have been a choice that HonorNite decide to go for. So sometimes it could be better to decide to. So with that, if you use the a life aura there, that would have just blocked one attack, but the potential for life aura to block other things is also there. But again, if we look at the field, we can see that HonorNite is standing on grass panels, so that means something like Element Man. Just Element Man Fire can very easily remove that, and we see that Joey is running Fan, which is going to be used now, so that will very easily remove. Ooh, nice! That bees blocked the second object coming out from HonorNite and brought out a second beehive. To the blastman that is going to be used up on the anti-damage, which is unfortunate. That would have been 500 damage, and the anti-damage does connect on HonorNite, so HonorNite already down to 100 HP, while Joey is still very high on HP.
So it's interesting that you bring up the life aura, the choice to use it basically just to block a single attack like the charged Mega Boomer versus being able to block multiple attacks. Obviously here we saw that it was knocked off by was that a fan or a wind? But
Uh,
um but yeah, it's interesting because that gamble, that choice could have easily paid off massively for HonorNite because of how clunky a Cust 5, simply only having the base Cust can be for Joey here, and also not having Dust. If Joey didn't manage to pull any of his wind chips or any of his heavy hitting chips there, he could have been locked into a very awkward position for several turns. It's true.
Barrier 200 coming, but there was no TFC coming out from Joey. Probably he decided to keep that to remove the life aura, especially seeing that HonorNite did have another defense, and I think using the air grab would have been better to try to get the confirmed charge shot. That probably would have been less time wasted on trying to get the luck. Ooh, that Windruck was just a bit late, and that was a confirmed hit from the charge shot. I believe the Joey, what Joey could have done is going to beast out, because just a single buster shot would have been enough. While now he's going to be locked in animation for a bit. Let's see how that ends up going. Oh no, I did already use Blastman, which was basically the most damage you would be hoping to get. Ooh, an Invis coming out right at the very end. Elementsman will get the D-Cross. Oh no, trying to get some damage, but being at 1 HP, that is going to be a very uphill battle to try to come back from. Though the Protoman SP also connects. That was a lot of damage in one turn, and the HP bug actually is starting to build up very quickly.
Dodging Bubble Star, that... Oh my god. I mean, HonorNite is putting out a huge amount of damage. So even though he's on his last leg here at 1 HP, and has been for that whole turn, he's still managing to put up a fight. We'll see if he has an answer to this Meteor Knuckle coming up.
So one thing that would be interesting is that HonorNite still has the option to use his Magnums, and if he uses Magnum, a well-placed Magnum can deny an attack coming out from a Buster Shot coming out from Joey. So we'll see if that ends up praying into effect. Anti-damage, an Invis protects. Ooh, that should have been a TFC. Just an air grab would have been enough to finish off the game. Okay, looks like Joey did have. I mean, HonorNite did have his own air grab, so he'd have been able to survive that one Buster Shot. Ooh, nice. A charge shot coming out from Joey at the very end, and that finishes off the game.
Yeah, so when you have the clogged Buster, the Buster bug, your charge shots are still guaranteed to come out. It's simply your normal Buster shots that are likely to clog. So that was a guaranteed shot right there. Joey was holding that one in the barrel for quite some time.
If Joey ended up missing that one, then he would have been locked by broken panels, so there was still a chance for HonorNite to get back and deal some damage, but Joey just finished off the game right there.
Now so interesting to go into Spout this early.
Yeah, so I believe the reason for that is the grass field. So Joey did start with a Blastman SP in hand, so going Spout was probably to try to remove the first barrier and now the anti-damage to try to land in the 500 damage. Though with that full cost, looks like HonorNite is going to get advantage of starting in Dustcross.
Yeah, I see this as a pretty dangerous situation for Joey because HonorNite has, I believe, Cuss 2?
Yeah.
So he has 7 chips to choose from here, and I mean, what are the odds that one of them could be an Elect Dragon, right?
Yeah. Or even a defensive chip, just having a simple anti-damage. Ooh.
And I mean, I don't want to say it, but I did call it. That was star into the Elect Dragon, ×2 damage, and the uninstall on that Elect Dragon. Oh, so he finally gets a lucky. I believe that was just a lucky Buster Quad that turned to a charge shot. So finally the barrier is removed, but there's still the anti-damage to get through. So is this? So was waiting on that that Blastman SP really? Was that worth it? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, now it looks like Joe decided to throw that away after holding it for 2 turns. And although he did end with anger as his emotion bug, so if that would have been able to connect, that would have been 750 damage, I believe. So it could have been a very good offensive option, but unfortunately he just couldn't hold on to it for longer. And now Life Aura is coming out. Although 2x Elect Dragon immediately will clear that.
can see the effects of that uninstall coming into play here. There's just there's a lot of frames where you can't do anything because of the lack of super armor here. Even something as simple as
Yeah.
the area grab landing on you. There will be a cross cancel here, but he's still stuck on his panel.
Yeah, and now not only that is because Joey has a bugged custom, so now being hit or being flinched, being hit without super armor is going to increase his HP bug up to 7, which is going to be a very fast run. I believe it's the same as Anubis at that point.
Yeah, I believe so. It is significant, and that kind of HP difference, like we were talking about before, when it comes to damage judge, those passive HP
Yeah,
drains, the HP bugs, they don't count towards damage judge, but it can still lead to your deletion, so you gotta watch out there.
yeah, and looks like Joey is on a grass panel as Tomahawk, so that can be very risky with getting decrossed, and the Blast One SP does come out dealing 500 damage. And now this is almost the complete opposite of the first game that we saw. And now HonorNite is very high on HP while Joey is struggling, taking a lot of damage. And yeah, as you can see from the HP, that is a very quick HP drain.
So both of the Mega Boomers coming out here, that's as I've mentioned before, it's a huge clump of the damage Joey has available to him. And being at Cust 5, only having these 5 chips available to him, it's gonna hurt him quite a lot, especially when he's at a disadvantage like this. The options he has available to him to even the playing field are few and far in between. You see the Magnum connecting
Into a race.
oh into an Erase Man.
And that finishes off game 2. Yeah, so Joey at that point didn't have any way of piercing the Invis. So that was a very rough position to try to come back from. And now we're heading into game 3, which is starting with with a very similar start actually. So both have the cubes and the grass panel, and the blast man start from Joey. Looks like Joey is going for a similar play, going to start into spout cross and trying to head with the blast man SP.
I still think this is a risky play going into spout this early. Now getting locked onto the top row. This could be very dangerous, especially with those cubes, or not the super rocks rather.
Ooh, but now a missed TFC on an Invis, so that will cost HonorNite taking 500 damage. Although, thanks to the cubes that HonorNite was able to connect, that was 400 damage from HonorNite, so that wasn't that much of a lead in that turn for Joey. Deciding to stay without going into Beast Out, that's a very interesting choice. I think going into Tengu or at least Beast Out would have been a safer play. Okay, an area grab does come out, but let's see if that connects. It does, so now Joey is trapped in place. Ooh, panels fixed, and Bubble Star into Elect Dragon again.
And
All of that
that's the combo I keep mentioning here. The threat of getting bubble starred into an Elect Dragon while in spout, the damage is insane. So you can see it. The HP has actually evened out, even though Joey started with more HP.
Yeah, but it looks like now Joey is going into Tango Cross with an air grab, so he might be trying to get in some of his chargers, and he does have attack max, I believe. And Tango Charger is the second highest DPS, I believe. So that is that could be a lot of damage if HonorNite doesn't have anything to answer that. But one area grab could be enough to deny these charge shots from connecting.
Tegu itself is quite dangerous though, because you have to keep in mind that HonorNite has the B code. He has the B code SP Navies. So a Proto Man here. Oh yeah, and this looks like a very dangerous turn.
And
denying that final panel. Ooh, but it looks like he will manage to destroy that trap.
nice.
You see the shield coming into play here.
Ooh, barely avoiding
Ooh.
the Protoman SP with the broken panel. Nice. Their HP is actually still very close. At the end of turn it was 5 difference and now it's 7 difference. So this Meteor Knuckles can actually be game right there if Joey gets lucky with the number of hits.
That's true.
It's quite a
You
stretch,
have to
but
get quite lucky, but
I've seen more hits come out in a worse position than this, so you never know.
I'm sure you have, playerzero. I'm sure you have seen more hits come. So yeah, this is a very close match between the two of them. It's very interesting seeing the difference in their setup translating into the differences in the actual game. Ooh! Oh, but is that
25? Okay, one less hit needed. Just at 1 HP and now Joey's HP is very quickly going down. And Joey did decide...
HonorNite has the defense to hold on.
The Joe does have bees, so if these bees are able to block something and hit out in time, then they could be enough to finish off the game. Though if HonorNite decides to just wait things out a bit, then HP Bug will very quickly bring down Joey into 1 HP, where in Beast Out, just a single buster shot will be enough to finish off the game. So HonorNite just thinking through the turn. This might be the last turn we see. Okay, so going into Tango Cross. Ooh, look, Pulse! Trap comes out into Judgment, and that will finish off the game with the box coming out. That was unfortunate. If Joey was able to mash into these bees, that would have been enough for game to cancel it, to stop the Elec Pulse 1 and give a counter hit to finish off.
Unfortunately, part of the problem with bees, with Risky Honey, is that when you're trying to use it defensively like that, there are a lot of things that you can't reasonably react to in time. Well played to both players. That was an interesting set. An interesting and exciting set for us to look at.
Yeah, that ended up being much closer than what we initially thought. Both of them taking one of the two games very quickly, having very big advantage, and then the third game being very close and ending up with a very intense moment at the end.
Looking at the setups initially, I was thinking that HonorNite's setup would be more consistent than Joey's, but at least for this set, like props to Joey for playing.
Yeah, that was a very good game. Alright, let's head right into the next game, which will be luckytyphlosion vs Neryth. Okay, so we've already seen both players play, and we've already seen the general strats that they both want to go for. Both of them have very high damaging chips, very easily build up the momentum and going in for a lot of damage.
So one of the problems here is that Lucky will want to go into Tomahawk because of the Mega Boomers and the Risky Honey. Whereas I don't have many fire chips. I really just have the Element Man.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be really dependent on Charge Cross or Heat Cross in order to decross Lucky if he goes into Tomahawk. And it can be kind of tricky landing charge shots for both of those crosses because Heat Cross, the way the charge shot comes out, can be uh, kind of easier for opponents to react to compared to other charge shots. And the same goes for Charge Cross, and it also has the disadvantage of not working over broken panels. So
Yeah.
without air shoes, there's no way to go over cracked panels like that.
And another thing to note is that Lucky does have that Spout Man and Element Man SP. So he does have very strong options. If either of these connect on a Fire Cross, then they will both decross and deal a lot of damage. So that is another thing that Neryth will have to watch out for. But yeah, I believe that's everything I have.
Yeah, let's hop into the match.
Okay, and looks like Lucky is starting with that Spoutman SP, but you do have that first barrier, so mashing that wouldn't quite work. So we'll see what Lucky ends up going for.
Yeah, one of my bigger regrets with my setup is that I don't have beat. This would take away the potential of early Gigas, especially with regards to stuff like BDT. It would force people to throw away a Mega Chip beforehand. But even though the first hit of the Spoutman SP would get blocked, it would still be a very large amount of damage if it were to hit Charge Cross, for example.
Yeah, that is true. And interesting, so looks like Neryth decided to go for Race Cross as turn 1 option. Maybe he expected Dust Cross to come out from Lucky.
My logic there was actually that I didn't want to go into Elite Cross so early and allow him to get a D-Cross on me within the first turn. So I needed a cross with a strong charge shot that isn't easily D-crossed by what he has. Oh, I do take the double hit there.
What an exchange! So first Lucky takes the double hit from the charge shot, but then Neryth ends up taking the double damage. I believe that was charge as well, so that was 600 damage just in one chip, bringing them to
680.
Yeah.
That is, yeah, we're almost perfectly even in HP here. But yeah, almost 700 damage from one chip. You can see the potential value of Mega Boomers there, the charged Mega Boomers.
Yeah, if that ended up decrossing, that would have been a lot of damage just going in one turn.
That's the exact reason I did not want to go into Elite Cross so early. I did not really suspect that he would go into Dust, mainly because his folder isn't very dependent on digging for any specific chip. He simply has a lot of damage spread out throughout his chips.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going for Windrak into Muramasa, which is a good way to confirm that if that does connect. But the Element Man will get a decross, so let's see, it does connect, bringing you down to 1 HP. The Bubble Star getting 2 hits, that was actually bad for you to get 2 hits. And yeah, Buster Shot finishing off the game, very quick. I believe that was second turn, so that was a very quick game.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of real time, that was only 3 minutes. So a very quick first round there. You can see the huge damage swings coming out. So Gregor charges the crosses have very powerful charge shots, but you can see that Thalzar is able to answer in kind with those very powerful chip charges.
Okay, so it looks like Lucky is deciding to go for Spout Cross. Maybe he expected the Fire Cross from you and want to counter that, but that will prove to be a fatal mistake because you went into Elec. So if a bubble connects with an Elec chip, that will be a very strong D cross. And now Lucky doesn't have anything to remove your life bar, so he's going to have to struggle through a full slow gauge turn, just trying to avoid your charge shots.
So I predicted that since the main threat would be if he went to Tomahawk, I needed to be able to protect Elect Cross for at least this one turn, since it's likely that a lot of the Elect chips I have will be coming up my second turn. So having the Life Aura available to me made me feel confident that I could at least protect the Elect Cross for this one turn. It happened to be just chance that he went into Spout.
Mm.
There was no
Yeah.
really big mind game there
Yeah.
where he thought I was going to charge, and then I thought he was going to go into Spout. It was simply that I believe the Elect Cross charge shot is extremely powerful. So just going into it, even without having Elect ships, can potentially result in a lot of damage within 1 or 2 turns.
And that is what we're seeing here. Lucky is down to almost half his HP.
So now you can see he's going to Tomahawk, which is a smart choice here, because if I have bubble combos available to me here, then he would simply... Oh, but...
Ooh, Heat Cross does come out.
Area.
Although now with the +1 area, if Lucky decides to camp at the back row, which we're seeing here, he's just going to be able to easily avoid your charge shots, which is one of the main weaknesses of the Fire Crosses. Ooh. Uh, Although that allowed you to confirm your Dawn Thunder, so that was still a decent turn. Although there we see the Spotman SP, if that connects, I think that would be 720 damage?
Yeah, it would be 720 damage against the charge, and it's a pretty safe bet to use it here because I'm likely to want to stay in charge in order to knock him out of Tomahawk.
Yeah, you do have a very good position to land your charge shots as well, so we'll see if you take any defense. You could have the anti-navi. Anti-navi would allow this to work very well for you, so ooh, going to beast out. Okay, area grab come down. Colonel Force into Spoutman. Ooh, there is a lot of damage coming out, and Lucky still has the Invis, so that will protect. Let's see, any TFC? No, doesn't look like it. So yeah, the Colonel Force unfortunately end up almost completely missing. Now in slow gauge, having to take free charges from Tomahawk, which is still a decent DPS. Ooh, though ending the turn right while being stuck with the charger, that could be a bad decision, because if you have anything that you can immediately use, then that could be enough to give you the game.
Yeah, it might be safer for him to simply cross cancel
Yeah.
because I don't have recovery 300s or anything, so there isn't the risk of me suddenly jumping out of a potential range for him to finish me off. The issue here is simply whether or not he can make his attacks connect here. So he is thinking about going to
Okay.
Beast. So he goes into Beast to cancel this animation.
And does have bees that could be mashed immediately, and if he does that, then a single buster shot from you would bring that bees enough to finish off the game.
Yep. And even if I did not fire buster shots into it, if he simply charged it, it would be
Yeah.
enough.
Ooh, the Sanctuary, that could be very big, especially with you going to Heat Cross. So if you get D-Cross, which you do, nice. So that chip charge transition to being Beast Charge, and then the Buster Shot finishing off the game at the very end. That D-Cross, that dealt a lot of damage and just gave you the opportunity you need to finish off the game. I believe they
Yeah,
also cancelled out the bees. I don't think I saw the
yeah,
bees
if the
coming out.
bees had landed, that would have been game for him. He would have been able to finish this out 2-0, but I managed to drag it into a third match here. It was a very close ending to that second one, though.
Yeah, and looks like the third time as well. Lucky is just getting all of these Spoutman starts. Although this time he has no elect chips, so I mean wood chips. So if you go into elect, that would be a safe option for you. We'll see if you end up deciding that.
It's highly possible looking at the field, because I feel like if he were to go +1 area. Oh,
At least you do have the life aura, so that is going to protect you from anything that he has that turn. But let's see if you have a second. No area grabs. Oh, there is a second area grab. Nice. So that will give you full turn of free charges, which is very high DPS. Slash is also very high damage output, especially if he has no answer to that, which is very unfortunate. That is almost all of the HP.
yeah, it is 160 damage per charge shot. So Slash is very, very powerful if given the chance to function like this in a slow gauge turn. It's really critical to have ways of interrupting him or knocking the Gregor out of Slash Cross. So the fact that the life aura was up completely prevented the potential D cross from the dust charge shots.
Yeah,
So
and
now
you
Lucky is back to a corner here at 280 HP. This is a very rough spot to be in.
especially against you being a full HP with a life or up. So if he decides to go into Tengu to remove with a back B, then he can risk getting immediately decrossed. He does have a wind rack, but that can also be easily cancelled if you have a Raceman or Judgeman or anything that can interrupt. So that is still a very bad position. And even with the life aura coming out, I mean, even with the wind rack coming out, the only defense is an invis, and you do have rush. So that isn't going to do anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, so this would be a very, very, very hard turn to stay alive because of the slow gauge primarily. If he had a fast gauge or a full cust, then it would give him a lot more options.
Ooh, and going into Beast Out, that was actually a bad option, because the way the way push works with Windrak is that the client is going to I can't remember which way. I believe point blank, the host isn't going to push and remove the life aura, while the client does both. So by going to Beast Out, that guaranteed it being point blank, which does give you the advantage of keeping your plus area, or at least partially. Now, although Lucky does have B banish combo, you are locked behind broken panels, so that wouldn't be able to push you. So if Lucky doesn't have enough defense to survive the whole of the fast gauge, then that will be game. Though it looks like Lucky's going for the Meteor Knuckles, trying to hope you're staying in Slash Cross and trying to get that 2x damage and hoping that would be enough for game. But again, if you have defense, that is a very risky option. Oh, see that Bubble Star? Is he going to be able to avoid that? Meteor Knuckle is coming out, but you do have the anti-damage, which is, yeah. I don't think there is any much that can be done for Lucky there, and that will finish off the game.
So well played to Lucky there. I think the anti-damage wasn't accounted for at the end, which is quite tragic because that was a very good
Yeah.
That was a very good meteor knuckle, potentially. It would have been enough to potentially just swing the match around.
Yeah, and
And if he had good enough luck, then that could have just been a single chip kill right there.
yeah, exactly. And it was really unfortunate the way the game played out. He turn one started very oppressive for you, just dealing all of that damage, just giving him no chance, and then he didn't draw any good defense for turn two. So that was really unfortunate from Lucky. Well played. Alright, let's head right into the next game, which will be HonorNite vs Shadow.
So we've seen both of their setups already. We have the snakes from Shadow, then we have the double shield setup with the
Yeah.
L code from HonorNite. So Shadow has already played Salad. That's the match we saw them playing, and we already saw the results of that going to Damage Judge. But a major difference here is that HonorNite does not have any gauge. He does have a single full cast, but these matches might not go into Damage Judge. It's likely to simply end with either of them being deleted. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Shadow can squeeze out enough damage to take HonorNite down.
Yeah, so one thing that we should mention before the game starts is that for the people that noticed, there was an asterisk at the end of the match name in the match list. So what this meant for this match is that I believe it's the first game is going to be from HonorNite's point of view, and then from game two, it's going to be from Shadow's point of view. So I think there was a desync or an issue that happened for HonorNite's VOD, so they end up deciding to go with this arrangement. So it will be interesting seeing from both sides and seeing from both sides and seeing how each player adjusts their strategy, which we don't usually get to see. We usually just see one side and then how that ends up playing. But yeah, so that is something to keep in mind.
Should be interesting.
Right, let's head into the game. Okay, so they both are playing Falzar, so we are going to see the okay, HonorNite is deciding to go with an immediate full caster, looks like, instead of going for the Magnum, trying to get a D cross on Shadow and denying his advantage. Although he does see that Shadow is playing Emotion Bug, so he maybe wasn't sure if Shadow decides to stay in Baseman or cross into Dust.
Yeah, kind of a gamble here to use your full cast like this and be completely unsure of Shadow's intentions here. So it's interesting that they both have the same Giga, which is non-damage.
Yeah.
It's the utility Giga, of course, of Hub Batch.
Okay, so it looks like that gamble did end up working out. Or yeah, and so HonorNite saw that Shadow started with the green invis, which is invulnerability, so he is trying to wait that out before using his full cast.
Kind of a rough full cast usage right there. So he was forced to use that the anti-damage. And so the anti-damage ended up getting traded along with the barrier into the Slashman EX, I believe.
Yeah,
But then the full cast was used about 60% of the way through that turn, so it wasn't great in terms of the value of the full cast. Maybe he was maybe he didn't want to give Shadow more time to get Humor proc, potentially, especially while he no longer had any defense available, because a ×2 Slashman SP, for
yeah,
example, would be extremely
that's a good
painful.
point. So one interesting thing that HonorNite might be able to go for is that he does have these magnums, and if he's camping forward on the opponent's panel, then if he breaks the panel in front of him, then that will stop the slash man from jumping into him and hitting him with the main damage output, which is the slash. Ooh, but
So
looks
there
like
it was.
yeah,
And so HonorNite was right. That must have been a the chip that Shadow held from the last turn, waiting for that humor. So yeah, he was right to be spooked by that Slashman EX, because that is a signifier that there's probably a Slashman SP in the same turn, especially seeing that it's humor and that he chose to remain in base Mega Man form.
yeah. Although it is interesting deciding to use that without waiting for area grabs, because he shouldn't be worried about losing to damage judge. He does have the time to wait, potentially. So, and he knows that HonorNite is getting the advantage with chip value. He has dust for extra 2 turns, was able to look through chips more than him, so was an interesting choice. Ooh, Judgment does connect. Let's see if that was setting up into something. Doesn't look like it.
So the potential damage output from Shadow is still very scary. The snakes. So if you were to do a double area grab here and to boost
Yeah.
snakes, for example, that'd be an enormous amount of damage.
Though now HonorNite sees the shadow is out of his sword chip, so he can more easily try to go for Tengu Cross and maybe go for a charge shot, trying to get that as one of his main conditions. So that is also an option he might end up going for eventually. Ooh, the Geddon is coming out from shadow, so might be seeing snakes. Ooh, machine gun.
Ooh, that was.
Nice.
Oh, but the snakes do get blocked by the shield, but that was a very interesting play between the two of them, actually. So that they were just trying to read each other. Um, and Honor Knight mashed out chips unfavorably for himself, but it ended up being. So he was trying to reach the invis in time to
Yeah.
block the snakes, but it actually ended up being a machine gun before the snakes. And then so the way it worked out, so area wise, the way it worked out, Honor Knight kind of lost out a bit. He should actually be +1 right now because he
Yeah,
had an
the
area
double
grab that he
damage.
mashed but to no effect. It's very interesting to see how the player mentality and the psychology of them trying to read each other's hands as they're coming out is affecting this matchup.
Yeah, and another thing to point out is that at that point Shadow used the machine gun. So if Arnonite decided to use his invis as a way to minimize that damage, then that would have been a very good position to TFC Shadow's snakes. So that might have been something that Shadow actually tried to go for, trying to bait the opponent to use their defense on the machine gun, and then going for his actual damage output, which is his snake chip.
This is too big brain for me. There are too many.
And looks like Ononet is still holding on to the hub badge, deciding to go into Spout Cross this time with both Barrier 200 and a Life Aura.
Ooh, so both players going to spout at the same time.
Although Shadow still has the Warp Step, so he isn't really going to be able to land it. Although that was a very nice risky on blocking one of the charge shots. Ooh.
Unfortunately, it doesn't really amount to anything, even though it did do some additional damage to the barrier, because that was a barrier life aura turn for
Yeah.
Honor Knight. So this warp step so it has a lot of defensive application for Shadow, but at the same time it stops him from centering and being able to land certain chips as well as the charge shot.
Yeah, and it does make it easier to confirm the erase man, as we see, and that will be followed with a D cross and 2x damage. Now Habbatch is coming out from Shadow, but he is still locked into the warp step.
It's interesting that HonorNite chose to use the Elect Pulse before the
Yeah.
Elect Dragon, because the Elect Dragon would have actually done more damage, but the Elect Pulse was, I would say, a safer option. Because it guarantees that the dragon will connect. Whereas going dragon into pulse, there's the chance for the dragon to be dodged entirely.
But then HonorNite did have the erase man, which was the way to confirm both of them or either of them, so not really sure what was the decision.
Yeah,
Maybe,
that's true.
maybe it was playing it safe in case the erase man end up missing and
Yeah,
the Elect
because there's no way to confirm the erase man first, so interesting turn. Shadow going into Tengu to remove the life aura. You can see a +1 area, or mostly +1 area for Shadow here. Could this be the second snakes?
Yeah, it could be, but now HonorNite is taking the two area, or maybe not. He has the option to take the two area grabs, and looks like he is starting with them. So, if snakes are coming, then that could very easily be denied. Ooh, looks like he's going with JoeyKobalt with the recovery, but still the area grabs will deny any attempts at charge shots. Ooh, getting a hit. It's not going very well for Shadow. He's down by 800 HP, so and HonorNite is holding very defensive spot. But if you look at it, HonorNite is down to his last few chips, although they are very much highly offensive chips, especially with the Magnums. With Shadow, I believe Shadow isn't running any invis, so Magnums are very effective against Shadow.
Yeah, these are some extremely hard-hitting chips. I think either of those B-code SP Navi chips landing would essentially end the game here. But something to keep in mind is that Shadow still has some options available to him. We haven't seen the roll 3 come out yet, I believe. So he still has the chance to boost his HP up.
But without being able to use Emotion Bug, that isn't quite as much boosting as he would like.
Very true.
Oh, an area grab is coming out. This could be a snake's turn, or he could be going for a D-cross. Ooh, looks like he might have the snakes ready. But that Bubble Star, if they trade anti-damage and the Bubble Star connects, that will be enough for game.
Oh, it was a Muramasa. It did not connect, and yeah, the way the trade ended up, Shadow did not have enough HP to close it out.
Yeah, now for game 2, we are looking at Shadow's point of view, so we do see the Slashman SP and EX at the starting hand again. Although this time he also has the Element Man to try to bait some defense to come out.
A very interesting field. We have the Grass Guardians again. And we see HonorNite going into Dust to capitalize on it. An unfortunate status here at the start for Shadow, the blind.
Yeah. Although at the start of the game, I think blind isn't really going to affect his game plan that much, because he has the Slashman, which he doesn't need to manually aim. He can just hold the B and they will hit on their own.
That's very true. After all, it's not Mega Man aiming. It's a Slashman who appears, who is not blind, who is fighting for you. So Already being +1 area though is quite scary for HonorNite. He's obviously not sure what Shadow could be doing here. He was wary of the Slashman EX and SP at the start of the last game, but can he accurately predict that it will happen again?
Yeah, and so if Shadow is able to get in a 2x on that Slashman, I believe that will be more than enough damage to remove the barrier and deal damage at the end with the slash hit. Because I think it's 20 per kunai, so that will be 40 with the emotion bug. Oh, though that might not quite be enough anymore. Let's see. Oh, Raceman, and that will connect.
I believe it will break the barrier as well as do a single hit. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Oh, the Ember is coming out to deny.
Ooh, and a ×2 on the anti-damage. That's good for Shadow.
Yeah, although we'll see how much Shadow ends up getting out of that with all the magnums that HonorNite is running. Okay, so HonorNite trying to think through his turn. He still does have that dust up, so that does give him the option to look through more of his folder, which gives him more options to look through, which naturally means his turns will take a bit longer. Ooh, Magnum is coming out. And another area grab, which is unfortunate. And there is a broken panel to deny that Slashman SP. We'll see if... yeah, so HonorNite is trying to camp that. Ooh.
If he had waited just a little bit longer, but I guess he didn't want to gamble and give HonorNite the opportunity to block the second portion.
Yeah. And the motion bug as well with Raceman. That was very close to getting the 2x on that one as well. The bubble did connect, yeah.
It's a little bit iffy. It may force Shadow to cross cancel. He would lose the access to emotion bug, but he doesn't really have anything to use it with this turn.
Yeah, and this could be a bait from HonorNite trying to bubble Shadow and force him to go into Tomahawk and then use the Blastman or Protoman SP and then get in massive damage with the grass panels as well.
It's true. It could also simply be a bubble into an Elect Dragon, so it's really hard to guess. Oh,
he did step back at the very last second. That was very close.
it's been a very dangerous situation, especially because of the warp step that Shadow has. It's very easy for him to dart back and forth and continuously.
Although it looks like HonorNite took all the defense, 2 invis anti-damage as well, so he was pretty much safe for the whole turn, regardless
He's
of...
at half Shadow's HP though, 800 to 1600. And I believe if Geddon just used, there is some time for snakes to come into play. I think Shadow is thinking about it, thinking about his cross options as well.
Ooh, trying to go for the ground cross.
So Tengu no longer has access, but ground cross potentially could?
Interesting that he didn't take Muramasa as well. I guess he expected the machine gun, Geddon to end, so maybe he thought there was no cross coming out.
Ooh, the hub batch comes out.
But we are seeing the custom HP bug is starting to trickle down at Shadow's custom, so he might be tempted to try to take Habbash, but looks like he's going for the grab revenge. While Habbash is coming down from HonorNite.
Shadow must. I guess Shadow isn't really feeling that much pressure right now. He knows he has this defensive play available to him with the warp step. Really wanted to just bait out the turn and see how it went. And HonorNite was in Tomahawk at the start of that turn, and only then did he go into Spout. So I guess he was afraid of a +1 area play. He wanted to get more value out of his area grabs, so he was trying to bait out another area grab from HonorNite before using Banish.
And
But it was not necessary.
Also looks like he's holding on to Habbat, so he's waiting for the uninstall to come out from HonorNite. Then he wants to use Hub. See if that ends up being the correct choice. But without any way of confirming ground cross, it's very difficult to land your charge shots.
It's possible that he's actually hoping to be decrossed here, because the ground cross is not really offering all that much to him. If he were to get decrossed, he would have access to his shield again. He would have access to the emotion.
Yeah, he also knows that HonorNite did use Habbat, so the Geddon isn't going to do anything useful in locking him down to confirm his charge shots. Yeah, so he's deciding to cross cancel. He might go for the beast out into Muramasa, but I think that is still a risky play with how the Windrak push works. So if the opponent is pushed and then they stop, they can act more quickly. So if they are at the back and you try to use Windrak into Muramasa, that's more difficult to confirm because they will regain control more quickly.
Oh, this is...
Ooh, nice.
Wow, that actually worked. That's very interesting.
Very impressive timing from Shadow. This is the second time he's able to get in that Muramasa without any way of confirming that. So that was very good timing.
So I would have thought that the optimal way to play that would actually be to wait for HonorNite to step up, because the area grab will send him into the anti-damage.
Yeah.
While he's in there, it would be very hard for him to avoid the Muramasa with correct timing, simply coming out directly on top of him. But obviously, Shadow knows better than me. Literally charges the area grab.
Shadow's too good to try to get any confirms.
Who needs confirms? You can just create your own confirms using skill.
And he was debating going for that max area, but he might be worried of grab revenge or grab banish coming down. Ooh, and the life aura, so now he has nothing that can actively break that. So he's going to be holding onto his anti-damage, trying to use that as TFC.
So HonorNite doesn't have any recovery options available to him. So this 168 HP, other than, well, I guess there's just the Aqua charging Bubble Stars and just using Bubble Stars and Aqua Chips, but other than that, and that isn't very significant in this case. Other than that, there's nothing available. So I'm guessing Shadow is not feeling much pressure to put out a huge amount of damage. He knows he just needs to do that little bit more. He needs to remove the defense and do just that little bit more to end this match.
Yeah, although HonorNite, I believe HonorNite still has all of his high damaging SP chips. Ooh, that double hit, which was actually good for Shadow because that denied the 2x from the Electragon.
Ooh, and he blocks the Element Man at the very end as well.
So that is setting up for a Blast Man coming into next turn. And the only defense is a life aura, so this could be very rough. Although bees plus, yeah, it looks like he is going for it. He's going for the bees plus 30 and double point. Oh, he is reserving the plus 30 for,
The snakes, the
yeah.
real threat in this folder. The bees are just a fake out to give HonorNite some hope here, I guess.
I mean, maybe the better play was to just try to mash bees plus 30. Ooh, that is going to reduce.
Oh! The bees have got to connect here, I think. Actually, no, it should still
Ooh,
be
the one
okay.
hit. Windrak, grab revenge. Let's see any defense. No defense. That will be enough for game.
Yeah, those snakes just do too much damage with that attack plus 30. HonorNite not having any recoveries, not having any
Yeah.
recovery options available to him, that made Shadow feel pretty comfortable in closing it out. He had just any of his offensive options landing would have been enough. Well, I guess that Risky Honey betrayed him though, and only getting that single sting in.
And as Mars and Salad are mentioning in chat, the Judgment interaction, that was very interesting that we saw that happen, where Shadow Ding end up going into minus area because of Judgment returns the panels after the time freeze ends instead of before that.
Yeah, that is a very interesting interaction. We see again Shadow +1 area. This is the type of situation that has to make HonorNite a bit nervous when it comes to the motion bug potentially boosting Slashman. And again, we see Shadow having blind at the very start of the match.
I believe that's the third time he started with blind. Is that no? The first one he started with invulnerability.
It seems as soon as we switch perspectives to Shadow,
Yeah.
he was getting nothing but blind.
Ooh.
So I guess we'll see if that pays off for Shadow, because he chose to forego the opportunity for an emotion boosted Slashman in
And
exchange for simply confirming it.
he does end with an anger, but he doesn't really have anything to use with that.
Looks like he's going to choose to boost the anti-damage.
Or he might just wait for the anti-damage to be used as TFC since he has no real value.
Looks like he was considering a humor snakes play, but he decides against it at the last second, decides to go with the recovery 300 instead.
Okay, so he did get the 2x. Ooh. I'm not sure if he actually. Oh!
Oh! Yeah, so that was definitely an intentional time freeze counter right there. I guess he really
Nice.
did not want to see the Tomahawk.
And he would have lost the anti-damage anyway, so that ended up working out.
So yeah, it's just like you're calling it out, the the anti-damage. Oh! I mean, there
And
was no way of reaching with the pulse anyways, but so I guess there was that double hit.
yeah, he almost stepped into the Alec pulse, so. But yeah, that bubble allowed him to center himself through warp step, which is very interesting. Don't think you see that all that often. And he is going for the snakes plus 30, so although he has no area grabs, that is still potentially a lot of damage. Ooh, both are going to Tengu, so Yeah, he isn't going to be able to remove his that anti-damage with a charge shot unless HonorNite allows it, which he might.
Oh,
Ooh, that's very rough exchange, and he had the invis anyway. That's looking pretty unfortunate. HonorNite is starting to pull ahead, and the second Magnum to end the turn.
that HP bug as well, ticking away on Shadow.
Okay, so they both have the anti-damage up now. Ooh, the life are okay. I don't think this triggered the anti-damage, so that would be interesting. Yeah, it didn't. Oh, why? Was it?
So Shadow could have snuck in the roll and the roll 3 in order to pop the anti-damage. And I think that would have been the better exchange there. As it was, the Erase Man didn't do anything.
Yeah, he Shadow even had the option to use his charge shots to clear that life aura, so that was a bit unusual.
Yeah, that's true. Looks like the Life Aura gained some unexpected value.
Ooh, an area grab though. Now the Judgment is going to remove it, and the HP bug is starting to build up on Shadow. Now that he is lacking that super armor. Ooh, Protoman SP. That's not going to be good. Ooh. Is he going to throw away his double point? He has to deal a lot of damage, so double point could be his out. Looks like he is. He's looking for bug fix, and he does have it now. He also has the option Slashman to try to get D-Cross if HonorNite stays in Tengu.
Yeah, unfortunate that he can't use that the Life Aura there. Precisely because of the Tengu, he has
Yeah.
to get rid of it first.
Ooh, that barrier 200. I believe the Slashman will still be enough, even without the emotion bug, to remove that barrier. Still had the anti-damage anyway. Shadow might decide to trade anti-damage, but I don't think that... Ooh, that didn't! Unfortunate.
He does
Ah,
have this machine gun available to him. If he can land his chips here,
yeah, and Shadow is at the end of his folder. We just saw him use Dust Shoot to remove his double point, and now it's already back in hand.
so he tossed his defensive options away. He's going, ooh, kind of strange. The 300 HP might buy him enough time.
Yeah,
He really needs to kind of corner HonorNite a bit here.
and HonorNite is going to be so must see. Ooh. Oh wow. The thing, ooh, and then the very last second, if he managed to bring it one more turn, then he still had the Muramasa, so he
That
had the option for a 2x.
that Tengu Beast charge is just too powerful. The 3 hits there.
Yeah,
I mean, even after the anti-damage got popped, uh, I believe Shadow still received 1 hit. So there's just too much value there. The amount of damage it does when it lands, and especially with Shadow being uninstalled like that, if 1 hit lands and movement was being wasn't being buffered,
Yeah.
then it's just way too painful. So even with the recovery 300, it just wasn't enough.
And looks like HonorNite, as you say in chat, the last chip he threw away was Habash, so that's where that went. Um, but yeah,
All played to both players.
that was a good match, and let's head right into the next one, which is going to be Uvu vs JoeyKobalt.
So I don't think we've seen Uvu play yet.
Yeah, we haven't.
This is a very interesting setup. So we're seeing the Giga folder plus one, so the +1 Giga, except this time it's for Gregar. We've seen it already for Falzar in order to utilize Hub Batch plus Bug Death Thunder. But now we're seeing it used in Gregar so that you can use 2 direct damage Gigas, both base and kernel force. I'm not sure how well this will work out. Both of these Gigas obviously are very, very strong, even by themselves. Having them together, I mean, kernel force. Everyone knows kernel force. Just the amount of damage it can put out, the amount of utility it puts out with the paralysis as well, and having base on top of it. But the interesting thing is that there are no boosts. So base does, I believe, 8 hits.
I think
it does 8 hits, and that's extremely high value with any boost, whether it's double point or attack plus 30 or anything. It's almost equal to like a Super Vulcan in terms of the value. But so not having any boost for it does diminish the value a little bit. But in exchange, you see anti-navi, anti-damage, anti-sword. So isn't that bodyguard?
Yeah, that is actually, I think, exactly the same defense, or at least trap option that Salad went for. So Salad, I think, had the exact same number as well with 2 anti-damage.
So yeah, you see the every trap other than anti-recovery. So it's gonna be tough for Joey to guess what Uvu's trap is. But again, with Cust 5, it takes a lot of the guessing out. You kind of just have to play what you have, and I guess try to brute force your way through the traps, and just hope that it isn't something that will turn around and hit you for way more. I especially like the fire sword from Uvu. It's some serious flair right there.
Yeah, so Uvu is running a few interesting choices, like having the little boiler one, which is basically something you never see, but that is tagged with a black bomb. So I don't think you can have both of them on the field at the same time, but having both of them as a way to pressure the opponent is still very much an option.
Yeah, I do believe when you toss the second one, the first one is going to disappear.
And fire, I think if you hit Little Boiler with a fire chip, it will immediately explode, so Fire Sword also works well with both of them.
What is worth noting is that Uvu does not have shoes, so just like me, need to go 500 HP, no shoes. That does leave him vulnerable to problems with Joey's magnums. They can be used to deny his movement, to lock him down, to stop him from being able to move back and forth and dodge any chips. So we'll see how that plays out for Uvu.
Yeah, it is an interesting choice because for that space, he would have been he added a Giga +1, so the extra Giga in base, is that enough damage compared to getting the extra utility out of air shoes? Would air shoes allow you to get in more damage, or is Bass actually more damage? Because that could be a better trade.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice here we're seeing Uvu make. So we'll have to see if it pays off for him here. It's not like Joey is running Geddon or anything, at least. Geddon would be disastrous for Uvu. But there is the Meteor Knuckles and the Magnums to watch out for, as well as the Elect Dragons to crack the panels. So we'll see how Uvu plays around that.
Alright, let's head right into the game. Okay, and we already see that custom 5 Joey is starting. Uvu is starting with the two machine guns 3. So with race cross, that could be a lot of damage if they all do connect, and an air grab makes it more difficult to try to avoid them.
Oh, is Uvu going to use them with Neryth? Yes. Okay, so he. Oh, is he considering? Yeah. So this is the best option here.
Oh, interesting. So Joey decided to go into Spout Cross, so might see Bubble Stars into Elect Dragons coming out. Ooh, that be's being used slightly too early while Ovo was still in Invis. And not
So
going
the
into costs.
choosing to end a turn. Uvu obviously was still firing off his machine gun 3 and wanted to get more value out of it, but Joey did not end a turn quickly enough either.
Ooh, and the grab banish TFC with the Spoutman SP. That is a lot of damage coming out from Ovo already.
So really, Uvu wasn't using that area anyways. That wasn't the big deal for him. He is an erase cross, so his area advantage or deficit isn't that big a deal, offensively anyways. And yeah, so both players are playing with Cust 5, with just the default Cust,
Yeah.
so being their turns are quite quick, and they just kind of have to play what they're given. Ooh,
Ooh,
that trap, and a little boiler too.
nice. But the bubble giving the
Oh,
slight bit of recovery
sorry.
to allow him to survive.
Okay, a little bit strange going into charge when his opponent is still in spout.
Ooh, let's see. That does miss. And Boomer into second one, but then a charge off finishes off the game. Looks like that didn't really end up affecting how the game went.
Joey throwing his body in the way of the train tracks to stop it from detonating the bomb. A noble sacrifice. I salute you, Joey. An area grab trade here, back to neutral area.
Beat, but then the Grandman SP does connect.
Ubu does still have to worry for or watch out for the charge shots. Yeah, so he goes up to the center,
Ooh,
goes up to the front, and hugs those.
see, nice movement, avoiding all the freeze charge shots, so that was good.
Yeah, the area is very awkward for Joey here. You see, the front, uh, the top front is cracked. It was cracked for him, so he could only step on it once, and
Yeah.
then his back, his back bottom panel is also cracked. So if he went to the back, he would also only be able to step on it once. So it's very hard for him to land a charge shot here.
Area grab trade. Ooh, the
Oh,
risky on it times two. And the boomer as well. So second one might be coming, although it looks doesn't look like it. But the anger, let's see if Uvu's able to use that. Getting a D-cross would be quite a bit of damage with the Element Man.
yeah, I do believe that would be the best use of the anger here. The question is whether to wait for a time freeze or oh,
Ooh.
last man.
That was actually a similar damage trade, but the Blast Man just bringing um, Uvu down to very low HP.
Oh,
Ooh, 2x Windrak. The 2x didn't really matter, but
Oh,
Getting sniped and then a buster shot at the very end.
that rolling log, that did a lot of damage. The ×2 rolling log. I believe that was 360 damage.
Yeah. It can be easily stopped or at least one of the hits avoided, but if the opponent manages to land both, then it can be a lot of damage.
Really interesting choice to only take one machine gun 3.
Guess if the opponent knows that you have one of them, then they might be expecting, ooh, counter it, nice.
But you see, if he had the second one available there, could have followed
Would
up.
have followed up, yeah, that is true.
Ooh, double damage from the bubble star electric combo. Also cracks the back panels, so
Yeah.
now has to make that decision whether to step onto the poison or to work with the very limited range of motion he has here to back. Oh no, that option has been taken from him.
Ooh, another
He's gonna
counter
have
it,
to.
nice. And ah, I think there was enough time for that charge shot to connect, so that was unfortunate. I believe now a good option going to beast out might be a good option. Just taking a wind drag, at least one of them, trying to get in some damage through that.
Ooh, so the Grandman SP does connect. Seems like the Element Man was just to bait out the defense.
Ooh, Magnum.
Oh. Yeah, we're seeing the lack of air shoes come into play here.
Ah, missing that bubble. That was very unfortunate. That would have been good damage.
Been 160, I believe. As well as the status, you can't undervalue that. It would have forced a cross cancel here. I guess it would have been a beast cancel,
Ooh, looks like
but it goes into it anyways.
Uvu decides to not take any of the chips to chip charge the. Ooh, all the bees. Again, nice.
Oh wow. So if not for that life aura, that would have
Yeah.
been very good for Joey.
I was actually half expecting the life aura to be removed by the bees themselves. Because if multiple beehives hit, then they count as same frame damage. So I've seen that happen before where multiple beehives was able to remove a life aura.
That's true, that can happen. And no, it looks like that's going to be the end of it. This finishes it off. And I
And
think that was the first video we actually saw from
yeah, we did.
Ubu.
Yeah,
Even though he was running Giga plus
the,
one,
yeah,
there was a conspicuous lack of Giga chips. I guess the matches were ending too quickly, and then with Cust 5,
cast
it's
five.
too hard to
Yeah,
dig for them. They weren't throwing enough chips. They weren't using enough chips quickly enough to get to their gigas most of the time. And as far as the risky honey interaction goes, though, I do think that is in order for that to happen, you do need the risky honeys to be boosted a little bit because
mm,
um, the simultaneous damage does have to reach 200 before it
yeah,
breaks.
yeah,
With the way those bees are coming out and staggering with the multi hits, I guess it's not enough, right? Because if you think about it, it would have to be it would have to be so many bees simultaneously hitting the life aura. Versus if it was boosted bees, then like two of them could very easily break it with
yeah,
the right.
yeah. That is true.
It was a good match. It's very interesting to see because with Cust 5, you see both players with Cust 5. Um, they kind of. I don't think we saw Meteor Knuckle from Joey either, right?
Yeah,
So you're seeing
it's just
one
yeah,
big problems with Cust 5 is that um, you kind of have to play everything you're given
mm,
because if you don't, you don't even reach your giga by the time the match is over, right?
yeah. And Joey is running a number of splashes. He has the barrier 200 W code, life aura with U code, um, grab banish with M. So he has M and L while also running splash with SP navis at B code. So there is a number of code which makes um, taking more chips into one turn is slightly more difficult as well.
That is true. The amount of splashes that Joey has was probably affecting how quickly he could dig through his folder. So they have, if you look at their folders, they have such strong, hard-hitting chips.
Mm,
Who has 2 gigas? The Spatman SP, Groundman SP. Uvu at least managed to use those, but they just didn't reach their gigas most of the time, and it wasn't necessarily because they were killing each other too quickly. As
yeah,
that, I would argue that it's simply that with Cust 5 and then these normal gauge turns, um, maybe if it was fast gauge, right? If it was fast gauge, then maybe they would be able to reach their gigas much faster. They'd be able to justify playing 2, 3 chips a turn. Um, but unfortunately, they didn't seem to get value out of their gigas for most of the matches. It was just that last one where base decided it. So I'm kind of questioning the value of the giga plus one, the giga
mm,
folder, in this case. Because if you can't even pull one, right, then what's
yeah,
the use of having two in your folder?
yeah. That's very good point.
But anyways, that was an interesting set. That was well played to both of them. Um, we were seeing a lot of well, it's very interesting seeing their choices in terms of
Yeah,
number of chips to use per turn. What like given the restrictions they're working under with Cust 5 and the way they're choosing to play each turn, it is quite different compared to Cust 7 or Cust 8, for example.
yeah, exactly, exactly. All right, let's head into the next game with Symes vs Enduring Grey. So I believe
So
again this is the first time we see Enduring Grey in stream match.
yeah, I do believe this is the first time. We have seen Symes earlier with the hub batch Bugged Up Thunder,
Yeah,
Geddons, or the single Geddon, I should say, and the slow gauge full cost defensive setup into chips that synergize with Bugged Up Thunder. But yeah, with Ray, I think this is the first time.
yeah. So
We're seeing Gregor setup with air shoes.
yeah, so it's basically the normal Gregor cost with all the stuff you'd expect: air shoes, rush, um, the low custom attack max, and super armor.
Yep. So this is just a standard
Yeah.
Gregor. You're gonna see a lot of focus on charge shots. You see double slow gauge right
Mm,
there, right?
yeah.
It's not regged, but it is tagged. Um, area control for area grabs. No banishes though, so a little bit weak on that end. Uh, so the slash cross play will have to be relying on kind of ambushing your opponent with it, getting value out of it for one turn. But we've seen how much value you can squeeze out of slash cross in one
Yeah.
turn already.
Prey does have two Giddens though, so Giddens can be a good way to confirm slash, even though it's not for the full slow gauge turn. It's still a bit chunk of damage that can be dealt throughout that time.
That is true. And you see that most of these chips are star code.
Yeah.
So and a lot of these are null. So a lot of these will be fodder for the beasts. They will just be chip charged, likely. Um, so we might see erase beast. We might see the other beast chip charges coming out. All of them are extremely powerful. Um, only I think two of them are more difficult to land for Gregor, which would be the charge beast and
Mm,
the slash beast. But the others are quite easy to land usually.
yeah.
So it should be interesting to see this matchup. The Ray is going to have to watch out for Symes uninstall though, because investing so much space into air shoes, only to
Yeah.
have get knocked off. I mean that also hurts you. You no longer have the option of using your own get-ins. You're gonna have to
Yeah.
just charge them. So if the uninstall lands, that might be whether or not it lands. I should say, might be one of the critical factors in this match.
Yeah, and I believe this is one of the more typical matchups that you'd see. So you played against Bug the Thunder earlier as Gregor, but your folder was more relying on chip damage. You had all that V code. While looking at Ray's folder, it feels like more of what you'd expect a Falzar folder to be. Very heavy on defense, going with slow gauge, guidons, area grabs, just trying to stack in all of that damage. So it will be interesting to see how Ray ends up doing with the matchup. And another thing, Ray is one of the newer players, so I'm not sure how much experience they had playing against Bug the Thunder. So it will be also interesting to see how they adapt, trying to understand the matchup and see how they can try to gain the advantage there.
Sounds exciting. I can't wait to see this match. Having played against Symes, Bug the Thunder, I want to see how another Gregor manages to fare.
Alright, let's head right into the match. Okay, so they are starting with the grass field. And they actually both have a rigged full cast, which is way better for Symes looking at the situation. Symes really wants to go in and dig, and Ray wants to get that D-cross early. So we'll see if Ray manages to catch into that and whether they decide to use that full cast or hold on to that for later.
I mean, the full cast can swing this either way. If BDT too many turns to dig.
Ooh, and looks like Ray is going into an early charge cross, which might be costly mistake. As we mentioned during your match, charge cross is very good at denying Bug the Thunder charges. So going into it that early will risk an early D cross and losing that as an option.
Oh yeah, this is a two-pronged mistake here, because the charge cross, or the early charge cross, that's very risky, because you might think, okay, I want more cust. You want to charge cross as bonus to your cust, but yeah, you're removing your defensive option later versus the Bug of Thunder, and you're also signaling to your opponent that you're not be threatening their dust cross. Essentially, you need to go into erase if you want to your dust cross, stop their digging. But that's not going to be the case here. It's just going to be charge cross, charge shots.
Yeah, and we already see that Bubble Star with a potential uninstall, so that could the charge cross could be punished very quickly already. Ooh, and that Bug the Thunder.
So I think that Symes was maybe hoping for more of a, maybe his Navi chips, right? Erase or judge to confirm. But this is not bad either. Ooh, this would be bad without.
Yeah.
Without being able to center himself. Yeah, he has to throw it away. The uninstall is thrown away. So that was that's a good sign for Ray here in this first match. So the uninstall was going to be one of the deciding factors. It really it can really hurt the Gregor to be hit by that and lose their air shoes, lose their super armor. Suddenly they're so much more vulnerable to the BDTs.
And now Bug the Thunder is going to come out while getting trapped with area, so this trade is going to be much better for Durham Grey with having the positive area, just being able to land in all of these charge shots. Ooh, and the uninstall as well.
So the Judgment trade, but one is blocked by anti-damage, and the other is not. There is no paralysis because it stabs guard, but this is really bad.
Yeah.
This is really for Symes because if he got hit by the uninstall, this is exactly what Ray needed. I'm not sure if Ray even realizes, but this is like the best possible situation. Having he maybe, I don't think he even realizes how close he was to losing his own super armor, losing his air shoes, having getting hit by that
Yeah.
uninstall star. He probably doesn't even realize it had an uninstall tagged onto it. And Symes goes into ground cross for that super armor, the built-in super armor. I mean, there's
Well,
no hope landing of charging his BDT without that.
ooh,
Oh, okay. So the hub batch comes in just in time.
both flash bombs are denied as well. A machine gun is still possible. Ray is running 2 of them and only 1 has been used. Ooh, that judgment. It's going
Oh,
both to
that's
return
and
there, yeah. Dealing a lot of
that's
damage.
that. Yeah, that was disgusting. I think that was 310. And then this BDT, this bugged out thunder that's coming in is going to do another 200 unless Ray has some defense.
We could
So
be
the
seeing Colonel Force. Ooh, Colonel Force does come out at 1 HP. Is that going to be enough? Triple shot, just a single buster shot. And that was enough.
was very close. It was that could have been a very costly mistake to
Yeah,
use a Prix chip right there. If it had been some form of defense, if it had been an invis or something, then
Symes did have the Invis as the next chip, so it was
yeah,
very close.
that was a matter of a single chip in terms of chip order. So I'm worried for Ray here because that game, that match right there, it went very well for him in terms of
Yeah,
his win condition and avoiding the enemy's win conditions, and that was still very close. So if the
ooh,
uninstall land for Symes here in this match, then it could be a very different outcome.
yeah. And looks like we will be seeing that decross with bubble and the counter on the machine gun. That was unfortunate. And full cost going out, but that full cost is mostly helping Symes at this point. This is going to be a
Yeah,
very rough game.
and I mean Symes has the BT. It will be the only chip he can select this
Yeah,
turn. It might be enough to just use it. So here's the race, but I
ooh,
think it's too.
uninstall.
Oh, that was good. That was a very good move from Ray using the trip shot.
Nice. And denying another one.
Ooh, yeah. So this is kind of a rough spot. Symes is going into ground cross. He's gambling that Ray isn't just going to go into beast and start beast charging.
Ah,
Ray doesn't. So this is huge. That's probably the deciding factor here.
yeah,
That's bad. Skedden is just trapping himself. He can no longer land his charge shots.
yeah. If only he went into beast, there also would have been an option to give super armor, which is very big after being uninstalled. So that might be the thing we see now, but is it too late?
I think it might be too late because now Symes has defensive options available to him. Obviously, the anti-damage will be taken out by the Erase Tail, but that Life Aura will absorb one hit, and if he can just manage to step another one, then that's already a lot of the arsenal of
Oh
the.
no. That's 2 chips
Oh,
already gone from the potential beast charge pool.
oh no!
Okay, third one does remove. That's the fourth one. No, you should be
Oh,
chip charging that. This is going to be rough.
and the bigger problem here is that these are now slow gauge turns
Yeah,
where Symes has super armor from the ground cross. Afterwards, it might be a bit better for Ray, but these turns are going to be so painful. I don't know if Ray can survive.
okay, looks like Sam's going into Tomahawk Cross. He might be expecting um, a Colonel Force, but Tomahawk isn't really going to protect against that, so I'm not sure if that's the
I
correct play.
I think it's more so that he's expecting maybe to lose the ground cross to an erase tail anyways. Oh no, but yeah, I mean he had the
Gets the
option
D cross. Colonel
of doing the D.
Force does come out, but doesn't really do much, especially if that managed to fully land, that would have made the game much closer. But now an Elements Man is enough to bring down to 1 HP, and then a single Buster Shot will finish off. And yeah, finishing off with a Muramasa.
So
Okay,
it's pretty unfortunate.
yeah,
So I issue here is that Ray is not familiar with
yeah,
is probably familiar with the Bug Death Thunder matchup and just how punishing, how completely unforgiving it can be if you mess up your crosses, you mess up your beast timing. If you don't react to the Dust Cross, and to begin with, it's so unforgiving because Symes has static, he's bugged static. So if he manages to pull it at the start, or he pulls it like this, then
yeah.
you can't even keep your erase beast safe, really. So there's so many conditions that that Ray has to meet in order to stand a chance against Symes BDT here.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very informative game for Ray to take into the top cut. There will be another chance for Ray to try to get in and use all of this extra knowledge that he has. There are, I believe, 2 Bug the Thunder players this cycle, so this information can make the difference. And
Yeah, if you can adapt to the matchup, if you can figure out what you did wrong, what you did right, and what the conditions you need for the matchup are, then you can easily turn it around in your favor.
ooh,
Oh, oh no.
that was really unfortunate. Being in the perfect place for that race man and losing the Envis as well.
I think Symes has Rush. I'm not sure if Rush was burned yet, so he potentially has gotten
Oh
a
yeah,
lot of value interaction there. So the next Invis might still get eaten by Rush, and he
yeah.
completely lost the value of this Invis.
And Ray is running 2 Envis anyway, so ooh, that gets a D
Oh,
cross. But the full cast, this full cast is actually working pretty well, but it will still give Symes the opportunity to dust dig, and getting Bug the Thunder is very likely. Yeah, there it is.
there it is. So he now has Bug Fix and Bug Death Thunder and Slow Gauge. He's got the complete set here. Yeah, and that's brutal, really, for the Gregor to be coming up against this. You want to be at an HP advantage. You want to put your opponent at an HP
Ooh,
disadvantage by the time they pull Death Thunder. Oh, but this at least there's potential here for the decross. Yeah, you can't really avoid that.
nice. And all of this plus area will all of this plus area does give Ray a good opportunity to try to walk around these Bug the Thunder charges.
The problem here is that Erase Cross, when you release the charge shot, it immobilizes you for so long.
Yeah,
It's really hard to get the charge shots out. If he were in Elec or something, then he'd have a lot more time. It'd be a lot easier to trade into the Bug Death Thunders. But with Erase, it's just too difficult.
yeah. And I think with all of that area, ideally Ray would have wanted to camp at the front to deny any potential judgment, as we're seeing here.
Yeah, and the thing is that in this matchup, he's probably just feeling too pressured by these Bug Death Thunders. He didn't want to immediately lose life or immediately get hit by the Bug Death Thunders as they're coming out.
Yeah,
So what's gonna happen here is unfortunately the loss of all this area, probably just as he's doing a Kernel Force turn.
yeah, that is very likely going to be a Colonel Force turn as well. Yeah, and Symes
Yeah,
does have the Envis and Geddon, so that was unfortunately going to be denied either way.
So at least the Judge Man doesn't do anything either. So at least Ray still has air shoes. You can still
Oh,
avoid these.
and now the static uninstall.
That's gonna be really rough. I don't think it will be even like static isn't even prioritized here.
Yeah,
What's important is just to get the combo. Yep.
and that was the game. Yeah, and static had the extra +1 area from the HP bug that erase causes. So
So yeah, this is definitely not an easy matchup. I think Ray played well, given the circumstances,
mm,
given possibly the lack of knowledge or experience in the matchup. I think Ray played very well. Managed to even take a game
yeah,
off of Symes here. It's just that the setup for Bug Depth Thunder, especially for this hub batch Bug Depth Thunder build that has all these tools that work so well. I mean, it even has the static, and the static is like it's just a check. It's a check for erase. It gives the Bug Depth Thunder player a chance to just remove erase early, and then
yeah.
so no more. There isn't even a risk to your own dust
That
really.
was
So there's just so much consistency. I don't want to put it like that, but there is a lot of consistency in this specific Bug Depth Thunder
mm,
build. It's really hard to like throw wrenches into it and stop it from accomplishing its goals. It just has a lot of defense. It has the maximum invis and anti damage. It has barrier 200, life aura 200, or like I mean life aura, right, which
yeah.
is also 100 damage. So it's just really difficult to throw a wrench in the plans of the Buck of Thunder user. I think that first match was a really big or really good example of how to do it. So
Mm,
we saw that uninstall from Ray landed
yeah,
early, uninstall from Symes missed, and you saw what happened when suddenly Symes is up against the wall. He's not even able to complete any of his charges, and he just
yeah,
keeps getting hammered. And then at that point, not only is that a problem for him, but his options are basically just to go into ground cross for the super armor. Now imagine if some of the machine guns that Ray has were used
yeah,
at that time to simply decross him, then suddenly he's back at square one. Symes still can't complete charges, still just gets just completely destroyed by the charge shots from Gregar. So it's really important to think about the win conditions for each player here. So
mm,
like Bug Depth Thunder, it's fairly simple. He wants to pull it. He wants to start spamming it and just fill the field with Bug Depth Thunder. Then he wants to combo you. He wants to set it up.
yeah,
Bubble stars land on you. The Bug Depth Thunders land on that and do 400 damage a piece instead of 200. He wants to uninstall you, remove your options to avoid or block the Bug Depth Thunders. Um, and other than
yeah,
that, a lot of it's just like single use, not really combo heavy, but like Groundman SP, Judgeman SP, Muramasa, right? These chips that just do a small,
extra damage.
or not,
Yeah,
I won't say small, a decent burst, but they aren't really setting up. They're setting up for the BDTs, and so so playing around it is really difficult. But it's like, I can't stress enough the importance
yeah,
of going into a race at the right time, being able to protect it, and then knocking your opponent out of dust. All these things, you have to weigh your options as Gregar in this matchup. And sometimes you get unlucky. You don't pull the options that you want. Like ideally, you could knock the Bug Depth Thunder user out of Dust Cross turn one, turn two with machine gun, right? If you have machine guns,
mm,
you don't even need to go into your race anymore.
yeah.
You still want to just in case the machine guns get blocked, they don't land.
Invis. Yeah,
So, and I mean, a race tail, it'll pierce through everything. It'll destroy barriers in a single hit. So it's still the safest bet. But if you can remove it, even without having to spend a second turn going into erase beast, that's a huge deal. Um, and just we just saw the importance of that uninstall landing, interrupting Symes though.
yeah.
And so
So yeah,
there's just a lot of lessons to be learned about the
Mm,
matchup. It can be frustrating because the matchup can be so oppressive and
yeah.
stifling, but at the same time, and I think what's more frustrating is honestly that a lot of the lessons that you learn about the Bug of Thunder matchup are kind of they're annoying because they're not widely applicable,
Mm,
right? The way you learn to play against Bug Depth Thunder can't really be generalized as well as maybe a lot of other lessons you learn while playing against other folders. So, but
yeah.
then at the same time, it's just so powerful. The Bug Depth Thunder setups tend to be so strong and impressive that you just have to learn the matchup.
Yeah, and like that's the really scary part about it is that for the player that uses Bug the Thunder, they have a relatively straightforward game plan. Find Bug the Thunder, use it, confirm it, deny your opponent's options. But if you are playing against it, you have all of these things that you need to look out for, the timing for stuff, how to deny your opponent, and as well combine that with the movement and the unpredictability of online lag. So there are very many factors that play into that matchup, whereas it can be polarized between which player plays that Bug the Thunder and which player counters it. So it is very interesting matchup. Can be very involved, very deep. But yeah, that is one of the things that players will have to learn eventually in order to um, make sure they can basically play around all of the builds they might encounter going forward.
Again, well played to both players. I think so. It was a 2-1 for Symes
Yeah.
there. Well played to Ray as well. Um, I think it was some respectable play there, and hopefully Ray absorbs some of the lessons learned here and comes back stronger next time.
All right, we will be looking forward to it. There is still the top cut or the brackets section of the tournament, which will be happening throughout the next week. So there is very much the possibility that Ray will get his revenge match, which we'll be looking forward to seeing hopefully next week. So,
All right, let's take a look at the next match then.
all right, our next match is going to be luckytyphlosion vs HonorNite.
We've seen both their setups. Lucky with the M code. You
Yeah.
see the machine gun threes, the charged M boomers that are going to be coming out. And then you see on the other side HonorNite, you see the L code with the uninstall, the
Mm.
double shield setup with hub batch, right? No damage giga. Instead of meteor knuckle or anything, it's just gonna be hub batch. Um, what do you think of this matchup?
So I think it will be very interesting. So we've already seen few matchups that were basically DPS races. Both sides have a lot of damage options. They can combo very easily into each other. But I think this might be the first one that we see where both sides are actually running attack max and the option to also slow the game down, try to go for pressuring the opponent with charge shots and having that option as confirming, especially looking at HonorNite's build because he has all of these magnums, Alec dragons that can be used more of a setting up piece compared to purely trying to use that as damage. So this will be quite different, at least what I believe is that will be quite different from the previous matches that we saw involving either of these players. And some of the things we might have mentioned before might come into play, where the 5 area grabs vs 3 area grabs for Lucky vs HonorNite, having the barrier 200 as well, um, for HonorNite, having all these decross options and things like that. So
I think one of the big things might be the PvP Navicust parts for Lucky, whereas HonorNite doesn't have any. So Rush and Beat on Lucky's side, and HonorNite doesn't have either. But HonorNite is running Invis, so that Rush will come into play.
yeah,
HonorNite is going to have to throw something away to that Beat, and the problem is that all of those chips are useful.
mm,
So Erase Man, Judge Man, and Element Man, you don't want to necessarily throw any of them away. They're all quite useful. At least Lucky doesn't have Sanctuary, right?
yeah,
if he had Sanctuary, throwing away the Element Man could be potentially disastrous in terms of later getting locked down by a Holy Aura, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, if I'm on a night, I'm looking at Lucky's folder and I see Beat and I have Habbatch in hand, then it's actually very tempting to throw that Habbatch into Beat because he already has attack max, he has custom 7. Um, the air shoes isn't really going to be used. Lucky isn't using anything that can break panels other than Meteor Knuckles, and by the point that is there, you can have the option Beast out, you have the option of Tengu. So actually, Habbatch feels like might be less impact than Element Man or even um, any of the other megas that HonorNite is running.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, I agree with that completely. The Hub Batch might actually be the lowest value chip here in this matchup, especially because M-Code does not have uninstall available to it. Lucky did not splash
Yeah.
for uninstall. So there isn't a big reason to value the Hub Batch. So it'd be interesting to see what HonorNite chooses to do here. And I guess let's jump into the match.
Alright, let's head right into it. Okay, so we are starting with the cubes field, and both sides are running plenty of ways to decross the opponent. 3 machine guns from Lucky and 3 magnums from HonorNite.
It will be interesting to see what happens here because, yeah, you see Lucky eyeing the dust. HonorNite, no doubt, doing the same, eyeing his own dust, both
Yeah,
thinking, oh, that is a lot of value. Those rock cubes when you suck them out and shoot when you suck them up and shoot them out, it's 200 damage apiece if you can land them. But at the same time, the risk of getting decrossed so quickly.
yeah,
Honor Knight has a little bit more breathing space. He has a little bit of breathing room there because of that barrier. So the machine gun hits also, they appear starting from the bottom, so he could also react to it.
yeah.
Oh,
And yeah, the magnum ends up being blocked. Ooh,
beat comes. We're not sure what it took away.
nice.
Oh, so Lucky was quite greedy to
Yeah.
take off that bear because I guess he wants to. He wanted to try to confirm a machine gun hit, which would be much more likely if the first hit doesn't
Yeah.
have to knock off the bear. But Honor Knight saw that and reacted to it and just went, well, if you're gonna go
Just
for
wait
my
for me,
barrier
yeah.
like that, then that erase cross just to respond to it.
Yeah, and it is also interesting that HonorNite decided to go for the immediate full cost instead of at least sneaking in at least 1 cube, because there should be plenty of time to get that 1 cube and then go into full cost, um, while Lucky is still paralyzed. And I think in this position, it's very likely that Lucky will cross cancel anyway, so I'm actually surprised to see that he didn't.
Yeah, I'm also quite surprised that he did not sneak that that 1 cube in. And I mean, because he's still in dust,
Yeah,
shuffled. He could have used the trash chute and potentially pulled up some more chips to combo into it, so he could have maybe immediately used Judge Man, for example, and then shot another cube.
there we go. That cube is coming out at the end.
Here's the
Ooh,
oh
nice. And another magnum, so this will also put the position to confirm the second cube as
oh,
well.
oh, and I didn't even go for the position to confirm that pulse. He just decided this is good enough. So if he had stepped down, then there would be nowhere for step. But he just decided, well, he doesn't have any defense. I'm just gonna take the chance and fire it
Yeah.
off. Hope he doesn't step back in time. That is a very rough situation for Lucky already. But he does have quite some damage available to him.
Yeah, he does have a few options. He can go for the Muramasa, he can go for B Banish, Spout Man SP. So it looks like he is going for that Muramasa play, trying to get in as much damage as possible.
So I
Ooh.
think he realized the B banish, at least in my opinion, the B banish is more impactful than the Muramasa play, unless the Muramasa lands on Tengu. And there's no reason for
Yeah.
HonorNite to go Tengu. So the odds of it being a huge swing just aren't there. Ooh,
Oh,
okay, still got it. Still got it. That's good. The Muramasa lands as well.
yeah. So what we saw there is that although the Windrak actually missed because they were um, HonorNite was an invis and they collided, that the collision damage is what ticked down the HP from life, or it was basically 1 per frame. So it's 10 per frame, so it was more than enough to remove that barrier.
So here we're seeing it, the B banish play. Actually, I don't. I'm not sure if. Well, even the banish itself is going to do a decent chunk of damage at least.
Yeah.
It's going to do 100.
So an interesting thing about B banish is that I feel like it can work very well as a defensive option as well. If your opponent sees that you're using double point, so although it signals out your B banish, it also forces them to hold onto some of their chips that can be easily blocked. So something like machine gun or bubble, maybe electragon, that can be easily countered by the double point. Ooh.
Oh, that is the perfect answer. Ha, well,
Yeah.
if
That.
only Lucky had an attack plus 30 to add onto it.
Oh wow, Lucky is keeping the bees in hand and cross canceling. That is very risky play. I think.
So it won't be charged anymore,
Yeah,
but he still wants to get the B banish itself out. At least I think he would want to get the banish. He wants his area back.
yeah. So one slightly, I guess, higher execution dependent play was to fire the bees at the very end before the turn ends, cancel your animation, and then go into Tengu, use the back bee from that to remove the barrier before the Risky 3 hits. So,
Yes, that is another option available to him, but
ooh, I,
oh, that looks like he just got comboed
yeah.
by the pulses and the yeah, that was rough.
Okay, we're going on to game two, and now Lucky again has that machine gun option, and he sees HonorNite with that rugged full cast. So still think that an early dust from HonorNite is very likely to come.
So when playing against a full cust like this, and you're expecting them to full cust early for the dust pull, there's a couple options available. But as Falzar, you're essentially you want to go into dust yourself to get that benefit from
Mm,
their full cust. But this is creating kind of an awkward situation. They both have cursor chips. They both have the ability to knock each other out. I would say the edge goes to HonorNite here largely because of the first barrier,
ooh,
but also because oh,
and that TFC getting a D cross.
260 damage in the D-Cross. HonorNite choosing to completely forego the Dust Cross.
Yeah, so that
Oh
is
wow.
one of the potential risks in trying to go for a play like that, is that it's all in the hand of your opponent. You basically have no option of doing anything. If they decide to hold into that full cast, you're stuck thinking into you're stuck wasting a turn basically where you don't do much.
Exactly, and this is that banish is gonna have to come into play. But disorder. So
Yeah.
this is such an awkward position because Lucky can't get the full value out of the double point. So is he going to just banish now? In which case the B banish will have to be, or the B combo will just have to be executed. Double point Bs will have to be executed differently. maybe trying to confirm it with erase.
Life aura comes out anyway. Although that was after the step back, so at least, unless... okay. A full cost is coming down, so now... And Lucky doesn't have any more defense, so Blastman SP coming out this turn, that can be very, very bad.
So this is one of the weaknesses with M code, is that sure, it has such heavy hitting, hard hitting wood chips, and it has machine gun 3s as well. The range of chips you have access to is very powerful, but it does make you overly dependent on Tomahawk. And yeah, it exposes you to this, the 500 damage Blastman SP. And HonorNite even manages to protect his own Tomahawk.
And the grab banish is still there. Let's see if he has no area grab, it looks like. But again, this is really not the position you want to be in. I mean, there is the Elements Man SP, but...
Element and SP swing could be very big. It could be extremely significant here. The issue here is that his offensive chips are they're adequate. He could take HonorNite down, but they're gonna have to be used all on separate turns.
Yeah.
E, M, and N. So it's very awkward here. It's gonna take him at least 3 turns to take HonorNite down, whereas he only has 477 HP. So hopefully his defense can last him that long.
Yeah, now going into Spout Cross, that is very risky play, and looks like bubbles are going to be coming out from HonorNite, seeing as he also goes into Spout.
Yeah, this is extremely dangerous. He at least blocks this. This would have been 200.
Yeah. But now he has no immediate defense, so if he's able to get that D-cross, that could be good, but... Okay. Ooh, still defense. And he misses. Okay, at least the invis is coming out at the end.
That was extremely unfortunate. He needed that damage to put HonorNite in range of a potential kill from like double point Meteor Knuckles or the double point Bs or anything really.
Yeah.
Without that 480 damage, it's very difficult to threaten HonorNite.
And now, although Lucky is taking the invis, taking some anti-damage, with the Elect Pulses being in HonorNite's folder, that invis, maybe it's not the best idea to start with.
Can you do it?
Oh.
He has to if he wants to land a Meteor Knuckles, but it whips. That's extremely unfortunate.
Yeah, and he isn't even able to chip charge that double point to try to get something out of it. So that...
I mean, he at least gets the broken panels, but that's all.
Yeah.
Pops a anti-damage.
I mean, if HonorNite decides to go into Tengu and Muramasa comes in, that could even the odds, but that is a lot of things that you want to happen perfectly for an even odds, so... Yeah, and it looks like... Yeah.
And I mean, there's no guarantee that he'll go into Tengu. He could just go into Beast.
Yeah, even Lucky isn't trying to gamble on that. He's taking more defensive turn instead. But he's going into Tengu, so maybe Protoman, need to watch out for that. If an anti-damage came there, that would have been enough to bring him down to 1 HP, but all of these are connecting.
Oh my god. This is it! That's it!
That is enough damage to take down the game!
Wow! Oh my god, that... Alright.
What a
someone
turn!
Someone put that. What? HonorNite just didn't have any answers to it, didn't go into Beast or Tengu, and then ended up paying the price. Wow, was that 3? That was 3
That
Tengu
was,
Beast
yeah.
chip charges with maximum damage back to back to back into a Spoutman SP. That was
Whoa.
disgusting.
I mean, that was pretty much the best way that um Lucky could have went back into the game.
I mean, this is why we say Falzar's beast charges
Yeah,
are potentially extremely high damage. When you can maximize the damage like that, because Tengu's beast charge, it does 3 hits on the back, right?
yeah,
It does that little T shape, and it 3 hits on the back, 2 hits 2 panels away from it, only 1 hit right in front of it. But when you can control the area like that, when your opponent is locked in from that meteor knuckle, the utility from the meteor knuckle is unquestionable, right? It
yeah.
locked the HonorNite in for that combo, and that was. And that I'm not sure. Maybe HonorNite didn't want to go into Tengu because he was expecting the Muramasa. I mean, it was in Lucky's hand.
But then Bisa is really safe option. I don't see. I mean, I understand that he wants to stay in Spout Cross because of the bubble charges, because of that potential. But Bisa is a completely safe option. I literally don't see any reason that pressures your like pulses, makes the opponent think you might have a combo going on them, forces them to panic into their defense. It has, it feels like it has too many upsides and basically no downsides.
Oh, that Mega Boomer, the charged Mega Boomer, 340, way more than enough to take down the
Yeah,
Life Aura. I mean, these hands look very good for Lucky. He has taken a good chunk of damage, right? But
yeah,
his position is very strong. +1 area. He's got access to the holy panels. HonorNite has mostly destroyed the holy panels that would go back to him if he were to get his area back, right? So it's not a huge loss for Lucky. Right, and this is a very awkward position for HonorNite, because even
yeah.
if he had Judge Man, he can't get the area back because no books would appear. Okay, so there's the Magnum.
Ooh.
Oh! Okay, this will buy Lucky some time, but
And the Spoutman SP isn't really going to do much. And the uninstall,
ooh,
nice.
yeah, the Spoutman SP can't do anything. It'll just crack that panel at the back,
Yeah,
because you need to be standing on the back 2 columns of panels if you want to actually get the hose. Otherwise, Spoutman just fires a little splash of water instead.
yeah. And now Lucky is going for his own beast out, try to be released from that panel lock. He already experienced that comeback that being panel locked can cause, so he really wouldn't want to be suffering something like that.
Yeah, I mean that's a very painful situation, and you gotta leave yourself and out from that. So Lucky is hoping to be released from that as soon as possible. That does make him vulnerable to a Blast Man potentially,
Ooh.
though. Oh, so this Muramasa is going to be denied, I think.
I think there might be just enough time for the turn, but then,
Oh, and then another.
ooh, I
Okay,
think
okay.
that had 2 hits. I don't think it quite got 3.
I believe that was 2 hits, and then so the Muramasa gets eaten by the anti-damage. At least that had some value there, but was it worth receiving 2 hits from that All-Star? Not sure. So, okay, here we go. Lucky trying to do a repeat of the last game. thinking, well, this shape is perfect. This shape is perfect. I'm just gonna do it again. We'll see if he gets punished for it, because this can be risky. His opponent is still in Tomahawk. If he gets hit by
Yeah.
a Tomahawk swing, that will decross him. Okay, so
And now cross cancel. Yeah, so he does do that. Cross cancel will keep that anti-damage.
oh no, yeah, that
Yeah,
is
so
huge for HonorNite.
ooh, no, you should have TFC'd. 500 damage isn't worth it just to remove the anti-damage.
Okay, that is bad. Yeah, you got it. So he was previously in a situation. Oh no, he even lost his own anti-damage to the collision.
Yeah,
Because
so this is going to be very rough. Although he does have the meteor knuckles in a corner that could be decent damage. Oh no!
oh
Make
no,
sure. No,
no,
not that.
no,
That.
no,
that.
stop,
Come on,
please,
Lucky.
stop. No!
Ah!
Oh no, Lucky. Oh, you hate to see it.
Now he
Oh
sees the mistake.
no!
Oh, come
Oh
on.
my god! Oh my god, that was so many hits too. Oh.
I mean, Lucky still has that panel lock on HonorNite, although he doesn't quite have anything to get that much advantage out of it. I mean, Tengu charge shots is very high DPS, so if HonorNite again doesn't track, doesn't try to do anything, this could be a very bad end. But I mean, by now, HonorNite must know that he isn't really able. Last time he had over 1000 HP lead, and it was all gone in one turn. Okay, the Element Man, that will give him flashing, so... Okay. Ooh, the Race Man, that will be game. Yeah. Single buster shot, that will finish off. Ah, what a game. Having being very much ahead, having very good position into a comeback, into a game 3 that ends up... I mean, that mistake there, that could have been enough to cost that game. Double points, if an area grab was the one that allowed him to get full area, then that was very unfortunate, but that was very well played from both sides. That was really quite the match, quite the match to watch. Is this modded 6? No, so this is base BN6, the format. The So before we go into our last match, just quickly explain how this is working. So this is called Blood Moon, which is a special week part of our New Moon series, which is basically just a normal tournament that happens throughout the week. So this first week of Blood Moon is going to be, it was a round robin, and it's going to decide the seeding for week 2. And in week 2, everyone's going to be moved from week 1. So it's going to decide seeding and the finals. So it's going to be double elimination into finals for week 2. And yeah, it's not modded. That's just the name of the format that we have, or the name of the tournament style, to be more accurate. But yeah, so after this, unfortunately, it's going to be our final match of the day, which is going to be Salad vs playerzero. Okay, so this is an interesting match. We've already seen both players play. We've seen a number of matches from either of them. Um, we see that Solid both have same HP. Solid's deciding to go more for the utility in parts, so having shield, beat, and the slightly lower custom, while I decided to go for rush, um, the extra custom, and the speed one because that was enough to fill the space. So looking at Solid, as we mentioned before in the match vs Shadow, I believe Solid has a folder focused on trying to get beast combos out, trying to maximize as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible, especially utilizing that with fast gauge, going into damage judge if needed. But still, I mean, when we saw that match vs Shadow, we would see in damage judge Solid would be going down to, I believe, 2000 HP or 2000 damage. I mean, so the folder does have the damage, but it just needs to make sure to connect everything and to not lose at least until the next turn comes out. While looking at player zero's folder, so this is
Lucky the charged and boomers, the charged risky honey versus the more combo oriented HonorNite. You did eventually go into spout and charge the bubble stars just for that extra damage for HP recovery. I think every little bit helps, and then you're going to need that extra little bit of damage too to fight back against the extremely potent tomahawk charges. But well played to both of them.
Yeah. But yeah, so now we're at the match, which is Solid vs Player Zero, so it's our final match of the day. So looking at Player Zero setups, or my setup, has Meteor Knuckles, Neovari as splash, as option to deal extra damage, Bubble Stars to confirm stuff, machine guns, fire into grass combos, so there is still a lot of potential damage. There's a decent number of defense.
Player Zero, have we seen you today already, or is this the first one? I feel like we've seen you play one set already, haven't we?
Yeah, it was the first match that we had in the stream, but it was I believe it was a very short match, so we didn't really get to see how the folders played.
I recall that. Yeah, I feel a little bit weirded out because I see your Neo variable, and I'm like, I don't even remember seeing that first set. And that's well, yeah. So it was a very quick set, but we might be able to see the Neo variable sword get played here.
Yeah. Neovari is actually my basically new favorite chip. I've basically went into every folder that I had and just threw in Neovari just as an extra splash damage.
Yeah, I mean it is a very very potent splash. It has potential not only to destroy Life Aura or Barrier 200, also to do a second hit, and so that is huge value. As you can execute the double life sword. What it does is it can effectively destroy 2 layers of defenses, right? It could take down a barrier and anti-damage under it. So it's extremely powerful in that regard, and if it just lands, that's so much damage. And I mean, landing it on Tengu, maybe not as strong as a Muramasa, but I mean, you don't have Muramasa in this folder. This is your Muramasa, right? So
basically, yeah, and it has the potential to not even give the opponent flashing. So if you have something else to follow up, which very good coincidence that also goes with Meteor Knuckles, so there is also a very good follow-up. Both of them need plus area, both of them have the potential for a lot of damage, so
yeah, and that's true. They're in the same code, end code, so your opponent, a lot of people maybe don't expect two hard-hitting chips like that
Yeah.
at in the same turn, right? Usually when you get hit by a Giga, most of the time you look at the folder and you go, well, it's the only thing they can really hit me with that's really hard hitting that turn, right? So
Yeah.
at least there's that. At least I'm not gonna get like there's no follow up, right? But with Neo Variable, that gives you the opportunity to follow up.
Yeah, which is like one of the things I really like. Not only does it give you the opportunity, also basically threatens the opportunity. So if you use Neovari, your opponent will assume that you have Meteor Knuckle afterwards. But if you don't, then you might be tricking them into wasting their defense or holding onto it for too long and things like that. So this Neovari feels like a chip that is very good in doing damage, very good at utility as well. It has a very good combination that is obviously gated behind the input, behind the lag that is online, but feels like a really fun chip to try to plan around and force the opponent to plan around as well.
Well, it's good to see that you're having fun with,
Yeah.
with Neo Variable. I also find it a very fun chip to play. I do beef the input sometimes. It is kind of hard to get the double life sword.
Yeah.
It can be difficult, especially in lag. But so yeah, we've seen both of these setups already. Talked about player zeros just now,
Yeah.
especially because the Neo variable didn't get to be played earlier. But now it's the potential is here. Come on, just you gotta show us the Neo variable sword. You gotta show us the double life sword, player zero.
I mean, we'll see how it stands with the fast gauge, because that will mean Neovari is a good chunk of the turn, but we will see. Alright,
Oh yeah,
let's
that
head
does
right into it. Yeah.
increase the risk a lot. It's true. All right, let's see how this pans out. So we've seen Salad's double shield basically, right? So to account for uninstall and also just for the options here. We've seen all of the traps, the trap options. They
Yeah.
can psych her opponent out basically. Um,
And now we get to see it from Salad's point of view, so it will be less guessing for us. And yeah, so we see Salad is actually deciding to stay as baseman. So one of the things I was running in my folder was a good number of machine guns. So machine guns, very good at threatening decrosses, especially with no first barrier.
I think Salad would not want to go into dust anyways. Actually, I think this is probably an anger play, right? Because you have rush,
Oh,
don't you?
yeah, that is true.
So may be an attempted anger play. It could also just be. Well, I guess we'll see. It would be a little bit awkward for it to be an anger play right off the bat like this.
Okay, looks like Crush is being triggered early, so it is probably anger. But then the bubble star.
Oh no, that denied it.
So the way that anger works is that you
Oh,
have to be paralyzed for 160 frames, 140. It was
yeah, that. So you ruined the
yeah,
anger play bubble. That is unfortunate. So yeah, that would have been an anger spout man SP for a significant amount of damage, 720. That would have been huge actually. Um,
yeah, especially because I'm not
but
running any
unlucky.
recoveries, so yeah.
Yeah, that damage will stick.
Okay, so it looks like Salt is going for Sanctuary play.
I think Sanctuary, yeah, Sanctuary play at this point, I agree with. I think it's strong because, well, let's see how this turns out actually. Oh,
Ooh, missed TFC as well.
I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate because even if Salad had not used anti-damage like this, okay, even if Salad had not done that, Salad would not have gotten the chance to do anything else if that was your only chip, right?
Yeah, but I mean, so she still had the option of going into the next turn because we're playing in fast gauge, so
That's true.
maybe holding on to the remaining of the chips. So Sanctuary, she decided to do that anyway. Sanctuary is too much value to just throw away in fast gauge.
Yes, that is true. So it's unfortunate misplay there with the anti-damage. She would have been able to block the Blast Man. Oh, that's actually kind of
Ooh,
that's rough. Because you immediately get access to
these
these
panels,
holy
yeah.
panels.
And I
So
believe.
this was
Mm,
I actually so I thought I was thinking when Saad was at an area deficit and was one area grab down that's actually the ideal time to play
yeah,
the sanctuary. I actually don't like having sanctuary in my full 3x3 area because if they just do one area grab, they suddenly
yeah.
have access to holy panels. I actually prefer to have it only on the back panels and the middle panels. That makes it a lot harder for your opponent to gain access to your own holy panels.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen that in, I believe, the match with Enduring Grey, how that holy panel was it Enduring Grey? I mean, one of the matches did have that big holy panel that
Might have
affected
been
things.
Versel.
Okay,
I
the
feel like it might have been Versel.
yeah,
Because I
yeah,
saw it like
maybe.
being played, but
Solid losing the holy panel, the holy panels, and the life orb to the. Ooh,
it's unfortunate that didn't get any damage out of it, but also removing those holy panels with that Elect Dragon, that's very good value there. It didn't actually connect, I believe, but just removing
yeah,
the holy panels is enough. So it's a 300 HP difference, but Salad is still on holy panels, and this is a fairly good situation for her, I think.
yeah, and she still has all of her beast rush options, which she still hasn't gone into beast, so most of her damage is still going to come. Ooh, getting clipped with the D-cross though.
So that was pretty rough. Probably could have used the invis earlier to avoid the decross.
And missing the race man.
So this is a tough situation. Missed most of the missing the offensive option there, but also not managing to use the defense in time. I mean, it would have been time freeze countered with the Protoman SP, but it still would have,
Given flashing, yeah.
yeah, it would have protected against the machine gun.
Okay, so it looks like Sard is starting to go into beast out now and starting the combos.
So this is interesting. Salad has taken a lot of hits, but because it's been on the holy panels,
Yeah.
she's still pretty healthy here.
Ooh,
Wow. Okay. So
those
suddenly,
counter hits. And
so you see the HP swing all of a sudden, but all of a sudden, it's very even, and that's kind of the
yeah,
power of this folder. It's so hard. You can't really. It's very difficult to avoid these combos as well. So
I mean, it's pretty much impossible to avoid the whole thing because of how Elec Pulse
yeah.
into Windrak works. As soon as you come down, the Windrak is going to hit you, so you will be hit at some point by something. Um, which makes it very interesting trying to play against a folder like that. How do you try to separate your defense? When do you use what? Okay. Ooh, bees coming out at the very end.
Oh. Yeah, that second set of bees. Oh. Okay, so I think at least some of these hits will be received on the holy panel,
Yeah,
but still, that is quite painful.
and now Salad has the option of Windrak into Eraseman while the drag happens, so the Eraseman will do full damage and bring to 1 HP, which is enough time for a Buster Shot to land. So if Salad is able to connect everything, that will be enough for game. Ooh. Okay, so she's going with that plan. And she has the Tomahawk as well, so she doesn't need to get worried about opposing Eraseman.
Oh no.
Ooh. It's
So
bad.
this will be on top of the holy panel, but oh,
Meteor Knuckles. That Meteor Knuckles will need to be very lucky getting 6 hits to be no 7 hits.
yeah, it would have to be 7 hits. Oh, wow. Oh, what
Ooh,
was
it
that?
was 5
5? Is
hits.
that?
Yeah, so that is still above average, but that wasn't quite enough damage.
That was a pretty lucky Meteor Knuckles considering the positioning on that, I would say.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, but so that was quite close.
Okay, now Salt has the Spotman again, but looks like no rush, no invis to use that rush for.
So we're seeing holy panels again. Although the last holy panels were obviously created by Sanctuary, these ones are just gonna be here from the start.
Ooh, life aura coming down.
So Salad really wants you to step forward onto the holy panels, maybe to protect your life aura. Yeah, there it is. And that will lose you the holy panels there. Of course, you have your own way of disposing of the holy panels on Salad's side of the field with the dust charge shot.
And maybe Dust Beast as well, though she is going to Tengu, so trying to get a lock from that by breaking the panels. Okay, so still just going with the bees. Ooh, and Air Grab will give these Holy Pounds and a D-Cross into a Windrak Blastman SP. That will deal 500 damage. Already a lot of damage starting to build up on Salad. But now she does have the anger.
Fortunately, the anger will have to be used on the Elect Dragon. It's still a lot of damage, but the Elect Dragon is needed to get rid of the holy panels.
Yeah, and would the Elect Dragon deal full damage? I'm not sure if it breaks the panels first,
Um,
then deals
I
damage.
believe it breaks them first, but I could be wrong.
Ooh,
Oh no.
she still has the anger though. Invis and
Ah,
an anti-damage in fast gauge that will be, and she's denied the Invis Pierce as well.
the fast gauge working against Salad a little bit here. Um, not managing to get any of those chips off other than the Elect Dragon. So Salad was considering the Tomahawk, but decided against it.
Okay, keeping all the same chips though, but going in Spout.
Really just I think really just going in for the cross cancel.
Okay, and because Beast has the value in Beast Rush, there is no way she would should go that into that early and waste the valuable turn in fast gauge. Ooh,
Oh.
still moves into
Oh,
it
but
though. 2, 3 hits.
oh no.
Neovari is coming out. The first hit connects, but now it's mid animation and still does have the Windrak, the Alec Pulse, so any of these used quickly enough could very easily cancel the second one, or even the Grab Revenge. The Grab Revenge feels a bit more risky because anti damage would keep the combo going.
It's hard to say what is. Well, yeah, okay. So it's gonna be a pulse, Windrak response to it.
I mean, that is still very bad position for Solid. Just few Buster Shot will be enough to finish the game.
I mean, I think none of these options are great, unfortunately. So it's really just difficult to decide which one is the best here. So just a cross cancel. There won't be a.
Ooh,
there won't be a second hit, but there is the risky honey follow-up.
And now we're heading into a quick game 3. These first 2 games have been very explosive, damage just flying around. And now we're starting with the ice field with the cubes as well. So far, I don't think Salad has been into dust turn 1, so is she going to decide to go into... She does, and with the fast gauge as well. See who gets the cubes. Ooh.
Oh.
That D-Cross really hurts, and the cubes
Oh
was more
no!
for free as well. That was a lot of damage, 700 damage coming in 1 turn.
Can Salad land the second cube before it turns out? No. Here comes the anti-damage.
I mean, still
Ooh, but
connects.
it popped! Oh!
There was free removal of anti-damage, and now all of
Oh!
these chips, she has the perfect hand for Beast Rush combo.
I mean, Salad hasn't even used the trash chute, and honestly, this hand is so good. I'm not sure if Salad will. There's no point in
Yeah.
recycling chips when when everything in your hand is so good. Yeah, like Salad wouldn't even want to toss any of them. She wants them for her next turn,
Ooh.
basically. Oh.
That chip combo coming down, bringing down the HP to a similar level, but then Salad has the combo and the bees ends up missing. Salad is still ahead on HP, but that is making the game much closer, and again she still has the perfect hand with all the elect pulses though. She's probably not going to throw anything, yeah. Just keeping all the same hand.
I mean, with the way these combos work, I feel like this should be decided fairly quickly.
Ooh, Bubble Star.
Oh!
Into that judgment. That was a lot of damage in 1 turn. And then ending with the beast, so that will give invulnerability frames at the very end there. So if there was
That beast
anything...
AI betrayed you in the bubble. When you used the bubble, it sent you
Yeah,
forward to the panel, and that put you just perfectly in range of that judge man.
beast jump can often work against the players, weirdly enough. And now Salad's going for the anti-navi erase man, just trying to deny as much as possible. Ooh, double point is coming out, so bees, is that going to connect?
Looks like the bees are going to do full damage.
And the fire hits 3 as well during the drag, so that was just enough time to hit that. But then down to 60 HP.
Invis at end of turn, and this will be the final beast turn, so probably gonna have to cross cancel this.
So I'll still have the 2 Elect Dragons, the Spatman SP. This could be enough to finish the game basically. And the Wind Drag for Life Aura. I don't think we've seen Life Aura already. We still haven't seen Blastman though, so it could be risky going to Tomahawk. Ooh, Spatman TFC'd with an Invis, okay. Okay, the Life Aura is coming out. Anti-Navi will trigger an Element Man. So that was very close to being a D-Cross. And both sides ending up with defense. So does have the Sanctuary and Wind Drag, so she has all the answers she needs.
So bit awkward here. It's difficult to close it out though with that hand.
I mean, anti-damage, I think she does have an anti-damage up, so an anti-damage trade into anti-sword would be enough.
That's true, but
Okay, so she is holding onto that life for no reason to use that straight away, because Tengu back B and perfect opportunity to TFC. Ooh, machine gun hits twice. Second machine gun hits twice again. Now Sal's down to 1 HP. She's going
oh
to...
wow.
Beast over is coming out. She still has a good number of chips though.
This will be a fast gauge beast over though, so it'll be over very quickly.
But she does have the damage. Grab Revenge is more than enough damage.
And I believe you have a trap up. Don't you have an anti-damage?
Oh yeah, that might... I think, yeah, that is true. I think that was still up.
So unfortunately, there's no way to pop the anti-damage before the revenge.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that would be enough. The thing is, I don't think we've even seen you go into Beast at all, right?
I'm not sure if we did this game. I think I did go into Beast, but I'm not sure. Okay, Spout Cross coming out. Okay. Ooh, Protoman ends up missing because Beast over. Thankfully that wasn't still Antisword. If that was Antisword, that would have been the game. I think Antisword triggers even through Beast over.
Yeah, I believe it does.
But will start giving a bit of recovery, though that movement back will give Salad all of that area. And now Salad is down to her last few chips. And she is at 1 HP. Though Invis is still up. This Invis, I believe, will last the whole turn. It was used near the middle of last turn. Okay, so she is going for bees into Electros. I mean, into Elect Dragon. If that Elect Dragon connected, doesn't really matter that I'm still in Spout. That will be more than enough damage to bring to 1 HP. Ooh, bees connect down to 1 HP. And Neovar going at the end of turn. Is Invis still going to last?
I'm not even sure. I feel like the Invis should be out by now.
Oh, I think Salt might have had anti-damage up anyway. But if this gives enough time for um, a Buster Shot to land, though these panels are broken, so... Ooh. Beast around, she still had the full cast, so that will be denied instantly.
It was predicted. The full cast ended the Beast over. So there's a fake out Neo Variable Sword into the Beast over, which then got instantly cancelled by the full cast.
And now Solid is going to have her batch up, so that will allow her to be freed from the broken panels. And Solid's out.
Bit of a standoff here. Well, who's going to make the first mistake?
So this is an interesting situation. Neither of them can step into the opponent. and looks like we are going into damage judge. But in this situation, who would win damage judge? And yeah,
Oh,
trying to get in the final hit, but that wasn't quite quick enough. So my reasoning when I was playing this is that we started at the same HP. Salad has no way of gaining HP back, but I used the bubble at some point, and that gives 50 HP. So if we go into damage judge, then I would be guaranteed losing in damage judge. So I had to take the
see.
gamble that I would be on the basically perfect frames to land in the final buster shot.
Yeah, I see the logic there, and that
But
that's
yeah,
quite an ending.
and unfortunately that will be the end of the stream as well. Okay,
So
so
interesting to hear you or yeah to hear you say the words unfortunately.
yeah, I mean it has been quite a long stream, but yeah, it will be the end. um,
Nothing like a 5-hour stream.
so just before we end the stream, just going to quickly explain how New Moon works and what will be happening into next week. So going next week, all of these matches we saw and more that were played, that was the basically setting up round for the top cut or for the final tournament. So this round robin was to decide the seeding for what the matches that are going to be played next week. They will be using the same builds, everything will be the same. The main difference is that it will be double elimination instead of round robin. So by the end, there will be a winner decided based on how the bracket goes. And I believe tomorrow Salad will be releasing the seeding for the tournament, and through that we will look at how the matches should be played. And New Moon will be so there will be a break after. So after the tournament, we'll have a stream on the weekend as usual. We're looking into doing it as 2 streams, but obviously no promises, so we will see how that ends up going. And there will be 3 weeks break, which might have events throughout, so make sure to keep an eye out. I think Lucky is looking at hosting a new format in reverse weakness, so keep an eye out for that. And yeah, so 3 weeks off, and then New Moon will be back again. So yeah, for this stream, huge shout outs to Salad for organizing the tournament and creating this amazing layout. I really like how the layout looked for this week. And a huge shout outs to Neryth. Thank you for joining me on commentary as well.
Pleasure. And yeah, thank you to all of the players, all the people keeping the new moon cycles running. To Salad, playerzero of course, for running the stream.
Yeah.
Shadow helping with the scorekeeping this week as well.
Yeah, and before ending the stream, I'm going to give shout out to Symes and playerzero for playing all of their matches to the round robin. So thank you everyone for watching.
Yep, thanks for playing all of your matches, playerzero.
Yeah. And
all right, well, next week.
Alright, see you guys. So now we're going to be hosting the Team BN Marathon, which is the Team BN Winter Marathon. So make sure you stay tuned and watch them. Goodbye.